Paused it at 9:03:20. By this time, they're out towards the exit, right?
They're walking towards the exit. That's correct.
And we watched the video clip yesterday of them leaving, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then I want to just go to one more camera angle. This is going to be camera number 16. Okay, this angle, describe what it is.
This is the opposite view what we just watched. This is showing the other way. It shows the table which they played beer pong on, and then it shows Maxwell and Sade Robinson sitting down.
And I'm circling with the two of them?
That is correct.
Over here where my mouse is, just off camera, that would be the entry and exit door?
Yes.
Okay, and then this would be that music jukebox that they were at earlier, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to advance this video. Playing from 7:27:08 p.m. This is the time Sade takes her jacket off, correct?
Yes.
And are you kind of able to see a little more clearly her sweatshirt that she's wearing underneath?
You are.
Is there a little pattern to it?
There is.
Paused at 7:27:25. Advancing to 7:29:52. You're able to see her right sleeve?
Yes, the right sleeve has a pattern on it.
We'll zoom in slightly. All right, right there you can see it's sort of a cable knit pattern on her sleeve.
Yes, her right sleeve, you can see the pattern.
Showing you 239. Is that a screenshot from this video here?
It is.
Move 239 in.
Any objection?
No.
239 is received.
All right, and on this screenshot, you can see the cable knit pattern on her right sleeve, correct?
That is correct.
And she's got these light blue jeans, and the sweatshirt kind of goes sort of midway down her torso, right?
Yes.
So to recap, Detective, they arrive at roughly 6:36, right?
So they arrive inside Duke's at 6:36.
They park on Water Street at 6:33?
6:33, they park on Water Street, correct.
And what time do they leave?
They leave at 9:03, and the vehicle travels around 9:04, 9:05.
Okay, northbound on Water Street.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Cross?
Sorry.
Morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So I just want to kind of go over some of the investigation you did. One of your roles was get that pole camera, correct?
Correct.
And you said that those are kind of stationed around the city, kind of near like where lots of people are walking to kind of be able to survey things, correct?
Yes.
But you're not watching that like as it's happening live. That's just recorded, then you're able to go back and watch it, right?
Correct.
Just in case like there's something of note that you want to go back and review, correct?
Correct. But other officers at the Fusion Division can watch it live.
Okay. And so you testified that they arrived on Water Street in the vehicle around 6:34, correct?
6:33, 6:34, correct.
Okay. And that's Sade's driving her car and she parks and then they walk to Duke's, right?
Correct.
And Sade's driving, right?
Sade is driving, that is correct.
And then Max Anderson is in the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, he's the front passenger.
And we see that they park, like right where they park, they're parked right behind like a kind of a security vehicle.
Originally they are, and then the security vehicle then pulls off and they pull forward. Sade pulls forward a little bit.
Okay, and then they both get out of the vehicle and then they walk together to Duke's, right?
Yes.
And when they're walking there, you don't observe like Max like looking around or anything, right?
No, he's not.
They just look like they're casually walking, correct?
Correct.
And just looks like two normal people walking in one direction to Duke's where they ultimately enter, right?
That is correct.
And then Max enters the bar first, correct?
Yes.
And then a little while later, Sade walks in and sits right next to Max, right?
She's escorted by the security guard about 10 seconds later and sits next to Max.
Okay, and when Max, enters and he's sitting with Sade, it appears that he's talking to this bartender, correct?
That is correct.
And she serves him a drink and then serves Sade a drink, right?
Yes.
And you testified something about like they're playing like a dice game, right?
Yes.
And are you familiar with bar dice?
A little bit, but I don't play.
Okay.
I know that if you lose, you have to buy drinks.
Yeah, so usually the loser of bar dice has to buy the drinks or the shots or the bombs, whatever they're doing.
Yes.
And, in your experience, you know that people who are typically regulars at bars are the ones who are playing bar dice, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So, based on what you kind of reviewed, it seemed like Max was familiar with this bar.
Yes.
And it looked like the people who were there were familiar with him, right?
Yes.
And when we're watching that surveillance, we saw that, Max takes off his jacket, right?
Correct?
And Sade takes off her jacket, right?
Yes.
And, they sit there and they talk for a while, right?
They do.
And they're kind of on each other's phones. They're showing each other their phones, right?
Yes.
We don't know what they're showing, but we can tell that they're kind of passing the phone, or at least Max is passing his phone to her and she's looking at it, right?
Correct.
And during this, while they're talking, you don't see anything concerning about the way that they're conversing with each other, right?
No.
They're not like fighting.
No, they're not.
They're not arguing.
They're not.
It doesn't look like there's any forceful touching or anything like that, right?
You're right about that.
Yeah, and there's nothing nefarious whatsoever about their date at Duke's, right?
Correct.
And at some point we see Max leave the bar, not necessarily leave, but he stands outside and you see he's smoking a cigarette, right?
Yes.
And at that point, Sade just remains at the bar, right?
She's either at the bar or she's playing beer pong. I don't recall which one.
Okay, so they're drinking at the bar for a while, and then like another couple comes in, and they kind of all are just hanging out, right?
Yes.
And that's when they ultimately start playing beer pong.
Yes.
They're all playing it together, right?
Correct.
It looks like Sade and Max are partners.
Yes.
And that's how beer pong works. Two partners on one side, two partners on the other side, right?
Yes.
And when Max leaves to go smoke a cigarette, we don't see Sade leave the bar, correct? She stays inside.
She does.
And she stays continuing to talk to this other couple. I don't know if it's an actual couple, but these two other people, right?
Yes, the two other individuals.
And they're at that bar for about 2 hours.
Yep.
Something, that's not an exact number, but about 2 hours.
Over 2 hours.
And we saw that they hug this couple goodbye and then they leave together, right?
Yes.
And we see them walking out of the bar together.
Yes, they are.
Kind of walking right next to each other.
Yes, and I think that Max puts his arm around her.
Okay. And when they're inside the bar, someone even gives, Max a high five, right?
Yes.
And you said that Max puts his arm around Sade.
Correct.
And she doesn't seem to push him off, correct?
No.
And they just seem like, they had a happy date at the bar, right?
Yes.
And then when they approach the Sade's car, we see her unlock the car, right?
Correct.
And she gets in right away?
She gets in the driver's seat right away.
And then we see Max kind of sitting on the passenger side, and then maybe for a couple seconds, and then he enters, right?
Yes, Max then enters the front passenger side.
Okay, and so obviously Sade would have had to unlock that car for Max to get inside, right?
That is correct.
And then they just drive off, and then, they leave the area of the surveillance so you can't see the car anymore, correct?
Yes, they drive northbound on Water Street.
Okay, and and you testified that they were all playing beer pong together, right?
Correct.
They look like they're having fun.
Yes.
And Sade's using her phone. And I think I heard testimony that she's potentially using Snapchat.
She's taking a photo of something. Correct.
Okay, and do you know how Snapchat works?
I do. If you take a photo, if you post it on Snapchat, it stays for about 24 hours, and you can upload it to your story.
Okay, and then and that's almost a way to communicate with people, right? Sometimes you can show people where you are, right?
Correct.
You can have with these pictures you take, like if you take a picture of this courtroom, sometimes the filter or the geotag location will say exactly where you are.
Yes.
And sometimes you can also have emojis or something, like a theme. I don't use Snapchat, but I kind of understand how it works.
You're right about that.
Okay. And then they get in the car and they leave, right?
Yes.
And there's nothing nefarious or strange about the way that they entered the bar, the way that they exited the bar.
You're correct.
You didn't see any pushing.
I did not.
You didn't see any arguing.
No, I did not.
You just saw two people casually walking into a bar, hanging out at a bar, and then leaving a bar.
That is correct.
I have nothing further.
State.
To your knowledge, is that the last time ever that Sade Robinson is seen in public on video?
Yes.
Would that suggest to you that something nefarious occurred afterwards?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Defense.
No.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Detective Spittelmeister.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Nathan, Nathan, Spittelmeister, Spittlemister.
Detective, I want to jump right into it. Did you assist in recovering video from the Milwaukee School of Engineering related to Sade Robinson's vehicle leaving the area of Dukes on Water?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 286. You got a number of clips that depicted the car leaving the area?
I did.
I have Exhibit 39 on the screen right now. We're looking at one of the Life 360 maps. This map suggests that her phone traveled westbound, consistent with going on McKinley, and then would have gotten on the interstate, go southbound on the interstate, correct?
Correct.
And it goes all the way to what would be the Holt Avenue exit, which turns into Morgan to the west here, and then travels to the area of Mr. Anderson's residence, correct?
Correct.
Does not appear from this screenshot there were any intervening stops, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does the video that you recovered from MSOE show that, in fact, Miss Robinson's car went northbound on Water, turned westbound on McKinley, just like this screenshot would show?
Yes.
I'm going to play clip number 6 on Exhibit 286. What are we looking at?
What we have is a video taken from MSOE in a parking lot that is north of Juneau and south of Knapp Street, just west of Water Street. Knapp turns into McKinley Avenue, which goes to an off-ramp. That is the road that is directly in front of the buildings, and it is a north-south road. On the right side, where you see the two stopped vehicles, is facing northbound.
Okay, and Dukes on Water would be right where I'm circling here?
That's correct.
And what are we going to see in this clip?
What we're going to see is her vehicle making a left turn from Water Street and then turning on to Knapp Street / McKinley Avenue.
Okay, Knapp Street, if the car had turned right, it goes on to Knapp Street, but over here it's going to turn left, right?
Correct.
And that's McKinley.
Correct.
All right, playing this clip. And I'm move 286 into evidence.
No objection.
It's received.
Playing this clip. So we're going to see the car come in from left to right?
Correct.
Is this the car right here?
Yes, that is her vehicle pulling up behind the other vehicle that is stopped in the left turn lane.
Speeding up. Rainy night, right, Detective?
Yes.
All right, now what's happening?
The vehicle is now making a left turn onto McKinley Avenue.
And that would take you right to the freeway entrance to go southbound on I-4394?
That's correct.
And then one more clip, clip 7. We're looking up in the upper right here, correct, Detective?
That's correct.
And is this just showing that turn?
It is.
Getting to the freeway from that location, that would be the most logical place to get on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
State calls Tim Sluga.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state, and spell your name for the record.
Tim Sluga, Timsluga.
Mr. Sluga, are you associated with Dukes on Water?
Yes.
How so?
Managing partner.
When did you become managing partner?
April 1st of 2024.
That day was an opening for you?
Yeah, essentially they handed it over to us.
Do you know someone named Maxwell Anderson?
Yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
How did you know him?
I had been a patron of that bar for 20 years before we took it over, and I was familiar with him from the location.
In a work capacity or somebody who was there socializing?
More of a social thing.
Did you know his name?
I did not.
Okay. But you knew his face?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you describe where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
Blue shirt, similar to mine, white t-shirt under it, sitting just right over there at the other table.
I'd ask for the record to reflect the identification of the defendant.
Any objection?
No.
The record will so reflect.
Did you see him on April 1st, 2024 at Duke's?
Yes.
What was he doing?
He had come in with a date, and he congratulated us on the purchase. And then afterwards, I was kind of busy. I just remember they were playing beer pong for a little bit.
Do you know approximately how long they stayed?
I don't.
Did you observe anything unusual?
No.
I have nothing further.
Cross.
Yes, just briefly. Good morning. So you said you took over Dukes on Water basically the same day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you remember seeing Mr. Anderson at the bar, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen him before, but you didn't know his name.
No.
That's probably pretty common, you know, when you go to bars a lot, you see the same regular crowd, sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds of times. You don't always catch their name, right?
Yes.
But it's someone you recognize.
Yes.
And someone you've seen inside the bar before.
Yes.
You weren't close friends, but at least you recognized him, right?
Yes.
And he even knew that you had just purchased the bar, so he congratulated you on the purchase, right?
Yes.
And you said that you didn't notice anything odd about the date Maxwell was on, right?
No.
You didn't remember any fighting,
No.
any arguing, nothing out of the ordinary whatsoever?
No.
Just two people on a normal date?
Yes.
Nothing further?
State. Anything further, State?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. State.
I think I need to check the hallway.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
No worries. Get your steps in.
I recall Detective Donner.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne Donner, Joanne, Joann, Donner, Donner.
Detective, you've been in the courtroom the entire trial, and you've kind of heard us. You heard the testimony about the arrest of Maxwell Anderson on April 4th, correct?
Correct.
And you were the first on scene at Warnemont Park when the leg was found on the evening of April 2nd?
Correct.
On April 4th, there was testimony from Detective Galat that there were detectives at Maxwell Anderson's residence at the time of his arrest already, correct?
That's correct.
And what was the residence address again?
3161 South 39th Street.
He was arrested how many blocks away from there?
Approximately a block and a half. It's basically one block over roughly the same distance on the block.
On April 4th, 2024, did you apply for a search warrant to search Maxwell Anderson's residence?
I did.
Can you describe to the jury what had all been known to you, to law enforcement, between April 2nd and April 4th that caused you to apply for that search warrant?
By that
Objection,
time,
hearsay.
It's all information we've already heard. And it's for the effect on the witness, why she did what she did, why they went into his
If you're
house.
offering it for the effect on the listener, then it's excluded as hearsay and it's admissible, so you can answer the question.
Thank you.
by the time that we got to April 4th, we had the information regarding Sade's Life 360. So we were able to track her movements and obtain the video from Twisted Fisherman and also Duke's. So that way we knew that she was with Maxwell Anderson, and he was essentially the last person that we knew that she was with. With that information, I applied for the search warrant and was granted.
Okay, and then, so were you executing the search warrant before or after the arrest of Mr. Anderson?
Due to the nature of the crime, we opted to utilize our SWAT team, and they were quite literally en route to his house to execute the search warrant, as Mr. Anderson was also driving to his house. Hence the reason they opted to make the traffic stop, so we didn't have any type of a confrontation at the residence.
By April 4th, had you and your department made contact with members of Sade Robinson's family and friends?
Yes, we did.
Had you heard from anybody who had seen or heard from Sade Robinson since she was at Duke's on Monday night, or excuse me, the night of April 1st?
No.
Nothing else?
Cross?
Celeste, what exhibit number are we at?
I think you guys were starting at 800.
805.
Mark 805?
Yes, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
Is that working? Testing 1, 2, 3. Good morning.
Morning.
Showing you defense exhibit 805. I'm going to show you exhibit 805 and ask if you recognize us.
Turn it back on.
Testing 1, 2. Exhibit 805 and ask if you recognize us.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It
Object
is,
for foundation. Ask for a little more foundation to be laid.
Look at the foundation. Go further.
Why do you recognize that?
it is part of the state crime lab's photos that were given to us regarding the search of Sade's vehicle.
The car that was, when you say Sade's vehicle, you mean the one that was lit on fire, right?
That's correct.
And that photo was provided as part of the state crime lab work in the case?
Yes.
And as obviously we just heard that you were the first detective at the scene of Warnemont Park, right?
Correct.
You were also at the scene of the search of Max's home.
For a very brief time, yes.
And you've been here in court throughout the trial, obviously.
Yes.
And what is this picture? What is it? You said, what is it depicting?
It's a Bic lighter.
And it was recovered from where?
Per the note that's written on it, it's rear driver footwell.
Okay. Permission, move that into evidence.
I'm not objecting.
It's received.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
And I'm just publishing exhibit 805 right here. Is this what you were just looking at?
It is.
And this is the Bic lighter that was recovered from Sade's car and then photographed and logged into evidence.
Correct.
Now, you talked about a search warrant that was done at the Anderson residence, and I think you just said you were there for a brief period of time.
Correct. I had other detectives execute the actual search warrant.
Right. You said you had a SWAT team.
They make the initial entrance and then detectives come in for the search.
And a search warrant is something that is authorized by a judge, right?
That's correct.
Meaning that you provide information to the judge and they grant law enforcement permission to search the house.
That's correct.
And the whole, in this case, this was a warrant that was not one where you would give the person a heads up that, hey, we're executing a warrant on your house.
That's correct.
I don't know if any warrant would ever be that way, would it?
Would defeat the purpose.
Right. You never give a person a heads up, law enforcement's going to get a warrant.
Correct.
There's some warrants where you have to do what's called a knock and announce, aren't there?
Correct.
And then other warrants where you have permission just to go right in without any announcement.
Correct.
Which one was this?
This was a knock and announce. Our department only does knock and announce.
Okay, so hence you would have to knock and say, what would you have to say?
Generally, they'll yell out that it's the sheriff's department search warrant.
Okay. Were you present when law enforcement knocked and entered the house?
I was not.
Okay. That's all.
State.
Nothing.
Thank you, Detective.
I'm going to call Deputy Hobie Love.
solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It's going to be Detective Hobie, Hobe, Love, Love.
You're a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Say a little over a year and a half.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
For approximately 4.5 years.
On April 18th, 2024, were you working?
Yes.
And did you respond to the area of 3305 Marina Road in South Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Why did you respond there?
April 18th, it would have been for, I believe it would have been for the gloves.
Okay. In South Milwaukee, you were there with Detective Jarozinski, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. In that response, and
I couldn't hear you.
Detective Jarozinski.
yes, I'm sorry. That morning, I would have responded to that park because of a citizen calling in for the findings of for human remains.
I'm going to show you a photo which was a medical examiner photo previously marked and admitted as 430. Is that the human remains that you found at that park?
It is.
Did it appear to you that that torso had washed ashore at that location?
It did.
On April 9th, 2024, were you called to the area of Warnemont Park?
I was.
Are you aware of who summoned the sheriff's office to that scene? Was it some other law enforcement, or was it a civilian?
It would have been a civilian by the name of Joseph Gagner.
For the record, that's Gagner. What information were you given from dispatch when you responded to that location?
That Mr. Gagner was walking along the shore, spotted a couple pairs of latex gloves that had appeared to be specks of blood on them.
At this time, April 9th, this was a whole week after Miss Robinson's leg had been found at Warnemont Park, correct?
Yes.
And was essentially your department following up on any information that was coming through tip lines, calls for service, that sort of thing?
Yes.
And this was one of the things that you were specifically assigned to follow up on?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 459 through 463. .459. What is it?
Looks to be an overview of Warnemont Park, more specifically to the water pump.
I'm going to move 459 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
And then why don't you tell us, in summary, what are the next four things? Are those photos?
Yes, the next photos would be photos that were taken by Deputy Christopher Ogwin. And these are the photos of the gloves that the citizen Joseph Gagner found.
Are they covered in blood?
Yes, there does appear to be specks of blood on them, yes.
Specks, or are they covered?
They are, I see blood on them.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to move those exhibits in and ask to publish those as well.
Any objection?
No.
Received. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to give you, I think it's this microphone here.
I think so.
I'm going to have you stand up, and if you would, come to the TV screen. Let me zoom out slightly. Okay, so to orient us, Detective, this road over here, it kind of goes off the map. This is Sheridan Drive.
Yes, it is.
And this would be Pulaski and then the pump house road that goes down to the Warnemont pump house, correct?
Yes, it is.
Miss Robinson's leg was found where in relation to this map?
So Robinson's leg would have been found just to the north of the water pump, so within this area.
Okay, so on the north side of the pump house.
Yes.
And where were you when you were called out to these gloves?
So myself, along with Detective Todd Rosenstein, would have parked here, just at the gate, just to start. So there is a gate, I believe, like right up here. We would have been parked, and then we would have taken this walk path down, which is a very steep hill, down to the pump house, and then we would have walked south. So from the pump house to where we recovered the gloves would have been approximately a quarter of a mile.
Okay, you specifically pointed that you walked in front of this pump house, right, on the north side of it?
Yes.
There's a camera right there, right?
Yes. There is actually 3 cameras.
And is that how you get to the path to get down there?
Yes.
And where is that path?
So this path, again, we would have traveled down the steep hill, walked around the pump house, and then walked through this little narrow way here. There are some rocks that we would have had to get over here and then continue to walk down.
You would have been captured on camera doing that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And describe what kind of trail this path is here.
It's a very narrow trail, and it's more rocky. You can walk it straight. It's until you get to like the bottom here, where there's larger rocks that you got to just climb over.
Would you characterize it as easy to get down or hard?
I would say a little harder, especially just taking that path. I actually wouldn't say hard. This part you can easily get through until you get to these rocks, and then you have to climb over.
Is there any other way to get down there?
No. And actually more recently, last week, I did take a walk down here. Even if I couldn't find a way to get down through this path from here, like climbing over and then these rocks without getting wet, you'll have to get down there through this way.
So you couldn't go, basically this right here is a retaining wall, right?
Yes.
And would it really be feasible for one to go around the retaining wall into the lake?
No, not without getting wet.
So when you went there on April 9th, there was only one realistic way for you to get down to where these gloves were, and that was to walk right in front of the pump house cameras.
Yes.
And down a steep, thin path.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put up Exhibit 460 here. Is this photograph, orient us, please.
So yes, this photograph is essentially, it shows the pump house here. It shows part of the path that you have to take, and these are the rocks that I was describing. It's the larger rocks that you have to kind of climb over and then just walk this path all the way over.
And is this the location where the latex gloves were found?
It is.
How far away from the pump house was this?
I measured it to be a quarter of a mile.
There's no way to get down there from the cliff to the left unless you jumped?
Yeah, unless you jumped. And again, more recently, as of last week, actually went out there, and the cliff is bluff, so it's all muddy and it's wet. Even if you had on boots, at some point you will fall down that cliff.
All right, I'm going to show you 462. Is that one the gloves you found?
That is.
All right. 461. One of the gloves?
Yes.
And do you see a little blood?
I do.
Okay, where?
You can see, so all of this would be blood.
463. Any blood?
Yes. And then blood will be here.
All right. They're not completely covered in blood, are they?
No.
Would one be able to toss a pair of those gloves off the top of the cliff and get them to the point where you found them?
Objection, speculation.
You're able to lay a foundation?
Have you tried to throw a pair of gloves off the top of the cliff to see if you could get them to where these gloves were found?
I did.
And how did that go?
Last Wednesday, I took a partner of mine with me. We actually went here. I had my partner, Detective Andrew Sullivan, stay up top, and then I went down the same path as I did on April 9th. I went a quarter of a mile in, and then I had Detective Andrew Sullivan go a quarter mile in up top and actually take 3 gloves. So the first two that we found, then the other glove that we found. So I took a total of 3 gloves, and I had him meet me a quarter mile in up top and then throw him down.
What happened?
As he threw him down, it was windy that day. Even with the wind, he threw the first pair down, and with the wind, it stayed kind of floating in the air, and then it eventually just drifted down like the cliff, but it didn't get anywhere near me.
Okay. Was it basically a laughable experiment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 455 here. You can have a seat, actually. What's 455?
This is the evidence bag containing the latex gloves that were found.
And there's a crime lab sticker on there as well?
It is.
And are your markings on there from inventorying those gloves?
It is.
And move 455 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
455 is received.
Nothing else.
Ross?
Morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So I want to talk about April 9th. That's when you went, that's when you received a call, maybe not you personally, but your office got called from a Joseph Gagner about a pair of gloves that were found, correct?
Yes.
And then you went to the beach the same day that call came in, correct?
Yes.
About how long after?
That call would have came in a little after 5. Myself and my partner, Detective Todd Rosenstein, would have went and made it there a little after 6 p.m.
Okay, and they called and they said they had found a pair of gloves with blood on them at this beach, right?
Yes.
And then you testified this was about a quarter mile south of the water pump?
Yes.
So when we're talking about the geographics here, the human leg was found north of the water pump, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember how many gloves in total you found in this area, at the south of the water pump?
Yes, there would have been a total of 3 gloves. So the first 2 pair would have been a quarter mile in, and then there was 1 pair of gloves that were approximately 5 feet from the first pair.
Okay. I'm showing you I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 463. All right, and so this area where we're seeing right here, that's some of the blood you found, correct?
Yes.
And this was the condition that you saw them in when you arrived, right?
Yes.
And is this one of the gloves that was part of the pair, or was this part of the third glove?
That, I believe, would have been part of the pair.
Okay. And then I'm showing you Exhibit 461. And these markings here, that's where you saw the blood, correct?
Yes.
And before I forget, you collected these into evidence, and that's what's in the evidence bag, right?
Yes.
And you sent it to the crime lab for testing?
Yes.
And because you wanted to determine where this blood came from?
Yes.
And the reason you came to this scene, this is all related to the disappearance of Sade Robinson, correct?
Yes, it would have been following up.
Sorry. And then you thought these gloves could be relevant, so that's why you went there, right?
Yes.
And that's why you collected them, correct?
Yes.
And you collected these, I mean, you're aware of how to collect evidence as a detective, correct?
Yes.
And it's very important to make sure that you do it correctly so evidence isn't tainted, right?
Yes.
So typically and you were trained on all of this, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's why you're a detective now, right?
Yes.
And so when you're collecting them, you use your own gloves, right?
Yes.
Like surgical gloves, right?
Yes.
Because you're aware that you don't want your DNA to be transferred, or you don't want to get DNA onto your hands, right?
That's correct.
Because we need the pieces of evidence to be in pristine condition, the condition you found them, right?
Yes.
And then showing you 462. And this is the condition.
Yes.
Showing 460. And this is the area of the beach where they were, right?
Yes.
And that's right up here, that's the water pump?
Yes, it is.
And then from the water pump here, it's all Lake Michigan, just kind of rides south.
Yes.
And we can see the wave of Lake Michigan, and it's kind of showing the current traveling south, correct?
Yes.
And do you know whether this Mr. Gagner, had he manipulated the gloves at all before you arrived?
I do recall Mr. Gagner telling the deputies that arrived first that he did not touch the gloves with his physical hand. However, he did poke it with a stick.
Okay, he poked it with a stick but never touched it with his hands, correct?
Yes.
And while you were down on the beach, did you see any other people down there?
Outside of the deputies and Mr. Gagner, no.
So I'm talking about down on the beach where you found the gloves. You didn't see anyone else.
No.
And when you went there, you said you went back at a later date to do this kind of glove experiment, correct?
Yes, specifically last week, Wednesday.
So that was last week, Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anyone on the beach down there when you went there?
I did not.
And did you write a report about that experiment?
I did not.
Did you capture it on video?
I did not.
What were the conditions? You said it was windy, right?
It was a little wind, yes.
What was the mile per hour?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it raining or was it sunny?
It was sunny.
Okay. And you're aware the day the leg was found, it was a rainy day, correct?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And you said when you stood at the top of the bluff and you just kind of threw these gloves.
Yeah, so I would have been, down here within this area, a quarter of a mile in. And then my partner, Detective Andrew Sullivan, would have been up top a quarter of a mile in, and he threw the gloves.
Okay, so your partner's throwing the gloves from the top, you're down on the beach.
Yes.
And when he threw the gloves, they would just land somewhere on the bluff?
Yeah, because of the wind, they kind of floated in the air a little bit, and then they just dropped. And it would have been closer to the bluff. It didn't make it anywhere near me.
Okay, and you've been to this area, correct?
Yes.
Obviously through your investigation, right?
Yes.
And you've seen that, and you can look at the cliff, and it looks like there's a lot of erosion occurring, correct?
Yeah, it's muddy, kind of rocky.
And anytime it rains, rains hard, rains soft, the cliff erodes a little bit more.
Yeah.
And so rocks and things fall from the middle of the cliff, and they continue to go down.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
State?
You have no idea how long those gloves were out there or how they got there, right?
I do not.
Nothing else.
Defense?
No.
Thank you, Detective.
Judge, this might be the appropriate time to take a brief recess since I believe the next witness will be time consuming.
Okay.
Or we can start.
Take a few-minute break, a quick bathroom break, and then we'll come back. How's that? Okay, just leave your notebooks on your chairs, please. Anything to address on the record before we break?
No, Your Honor. No.
Spence? Okay. Thanks, everybody. Okay. Defense, you indicated that you had an issue you wish to address.
There were some women's clothing. Yes, there's a witness who is going to testify next about the search of Mr. Anderson's residence. And there were a number of things that were obviously collected from that house. The state's going to go through quite a bit of it. What we don't think is relevant, and I discussed this with the state this morning, is that there was women's clothing items, excuse me, hidden behind, between basement, excuse me, women's clothing items hidden between basement support beams and block foundation, underwear, bra, leggings, women's clothing hidden inside basement support beams, underwear, string, women's blouse, women's clothing item in a Crown Royale bag, Crown Royale bag with a Wisconsin identification card for someone named Eva Escamilla.
Want to spell that?
Escamilla. There's some writings, but the state isn't getting into the writings. We don't need to address that. We already have an agreement on that. And there's also an agreement that with respect to a lot of the, well, let's just address this issue first. I think that it's irrelevant to get into women's clothing and another woman's identification card that's there.
State.
I think it goes towards the completeness and thoroughness of the search that happened. The jury's already heard that the defendant frequently had people over. So I don't think it's surprising that there would be articles of clothing that are likely not Mr. Anderson's found in the basement. I'm not going to go into specific photographs of each of those items, simply testimony about them. There might be photographs that are overviews of areas where those items were found, but there's not photos of them specifically. It is what the evidence is, and I intended on going into it.
Explain to me items found in support beams.
So in the basement, in the rafters, there were articles of female clothing found concealed or hidden in those areas.
Right.
So I'm sure in cross-examination, it could be gone into, do you know whose clothing that is? Do you know who put it there? Do you know if the downstairs tenant put it there? Because this is in the common area, correct, in the basement?
It's in the basement, correct.
And it's already been identified that the basement was jointly used by the defendant as well as Pete Warbington. I have that name pronounced right.
Just the risk with it is that they draw the conclusion that there's some other missing woman or some other inference they draw that he's involved in another disappearance. And I know I can cross on it, but then I'm drawing more attention to hidden items, and it's a very odd fact. It's not connected to the victim in this case. It is clearly nobody's going to say her clothes. There's no indication of that. I just think the way what the jury could end up doing with that, especially because it's underwear, bra, leggings, blouse.
So going through my notes from the trial so far, I know that in the trunk of the vehicle, there was recovered the shoes, the pants. What was missing was a brassiere and the white top, if my notes are accurate.
Correct.
Is there any indication that any of this clothing items could have been part and parcel of those missing items?
Those clothing items were not identified as Sade's missing items.
Okay. So relative to this, you're offering it solely for the basis to show that it was a thorough search. So saying that, are you introducing evidence of all of the items that were located during the search? And if not, then why is it relevant to your production of your case? Just want me to phrase that differently?
All of the items, meaning everything in the house?
Well, meaning you're saying that I want to show thoroughness of the case, and so that's why I want to go into that. And I understand that. But then the counter would be, so in order to show thoroughness, are you going through everything that they observed or tagged in the house? And if not, then why is it relevant, these items?
I believe that we're showing most of the items that were found in the house. I mean, the photographs depict items that were located throughout the house. The jury will get a very clear idea of what was inside the house, and how Mr. Anderson was living in terms of what was inside the house. So, I mean, this was the evidence that was found. These are items not necessarily that they even took, but it was part of what they located during the search.
The evidence that's already been introduced has included photos of the basement that's already been put into evidence. The items that you're referring to now, are those visible in those photos already?
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to go through those photos specifically.
Well, and if it was already introduced in the photos that have been presented to the jury, then I think it's important potentially for the state to comment on what was found there so that they don't do their own investigation and look at the pictures and say, what was that? Why did nobody address that? Because jurors, I find, are quite smart and they do look at items quite closely. Of course, there's always the counter on cross relative to who had access, where did it come from, who put it there. All of those questions nobody has an answer to, I assume.
And so I think to allay the concern, one option would be for the state to simply say that there was miscellaneous clothes. We don't have to point out that it was women's clothes or get into a discussion about it being a brassiere and underwear stuffed in the basement support beams hidden behind the block foundation. Could just say that we searched the basement, we looked, whatever they'll say about we looked behind the walls, and or we looked throughout the basement, we found clothing, miscellaneous clothing. Did any of it have any connection to the victim? No. We leave it at that.
You know, there is the potential for great prejudice to be placed on the defense if the jury goes to the conclusion that women's clothing secreted in the support beams could tie to other unknown victims. And we're clearly not here about other unknown victims. We're here about what happened to Sade Robinson. So in order to reach a balancing, looking at it, is the evidence relevant? For relevance, for thoroughness of the search, I think that it is allowable for the state to say what was recovered in the basement, it was miscellaneous clothing. When I do a balancing under 90403 as to prejudice versus probative value, looking at the state wanting to introduce it solely for the basis of probative, of showing the thoroughness of the search, the prejudice would be, will the jury infer that there are other unknown victims? And that's a great concern. So doing the balancing, how I'm going to allow the state to introduce it is to indicate that a search was conducted of the basement and that miscellaneous clothing was recovered in the basement area of the dwelling. I think that leaving it at that allows you to go into the fact that the search was thorough, but it balances that prejudicial effect on the defense.
I would just note that law enforcement was trying to rule out that clothing at that point when they were executing the search warrant. They didn't know what clothing was found in the car yet. So to the extent that they did analyze it to make sure that it wasn't associated with this, I would ask for a follow-up question. The miscellaneous clothing recovered, were you able to
verify that it did not belong?
Yes.
That it did not belong to Sade Robinson?
We agree.
I think that that's a fair thing to do and a fair follow-up. And I'm sorry, Attorney Cotton, I didn't hear what you said.
We agree.
Okay. I think that that's the fair way to handle this. Okay, so as to the clothing, we've addressed that. You said you had another issue.
There was an identification card for an Eva Escamilla that was found in a Crown Royale bag lined in southeast basement wall. I think that should be excluded as well. It has no relevance to anything.
That's fine. We won't introduce that.
Okay. What else?
We have an agreement on the writings not coming in. The only other thing I wanted to put on the record.
What were the writings?
Well, it's just journaling.
Oh, okay. And state's not using anything from that?
No, I mean, it was journaling, thoughts, ramblings.
Stand-up comedy.
Not necessarily coherent.
Okay.
And then
You've already had an agreement relative to the writings.
We're good on that. We also had an agreement on various suspected blood samples that were located through the home. The state's going to refer to them as stains rather than blood, so it doesn't present a conclusion that there's other victims' blood in the house. None of the samples were of Sade Robinson.
State?
That's correct. We previously came to an agreement with defense about that. The blood stains that were collected by the crime lab, was not Sade's blood. So we've agreed that Kayla Berkey will just discuss those in terms of stains and not mention the term blood. But again, we'd like the jury to hear that this was a complete investigation and that the crime lab came in and took swabs of what they could identify as potentially containing DNA.
Where were the stains?
Throughout the house.
Was any of it identified as belonging to the defendant?
Animal, I think. Yeah, animal blood, maybe.
Animal blood?
Or
Okay.
from one of the dogs, or
Oh. Okay.
so we have an agreement on that.
I think some of them were, some were in fact identified as blood. Mr. Anderson came back as inclusive on some of them, and I think there were some animal stains. There were stains from sheets, pillowcases that came back to support inclusion for Mr. Anderson, a duvet cover.
But none of it lists back to the victim in this case?
Right.
Okay.
But the point being, and particularly because defense brought it up in their opening about DNA, is that the crime lab was doing a thorough job in trying to collect and swab stains, any stain that they were seeing throughout the bathroom, the bedroom, anywhere. So I think the jury, that's our position, is that the jury needs to hear that that was done and that stains were the focus.
I think that's fair. And I think that your agreement makes sense. So we'll proceed in that fashion relative to that. Okay, anything else?
No.
State?
I indicated to defense counsel that I've got a stack of photographs. They all have exhibit stickers on them. Some of them have already been received into evidence. However, they are not sequential in order. So I showed defense counsel the photographs, and it's my understanding that they're not going to object to their admission or their publication. What I would do is just ask Detective Bierke to look through the stack, and then we'll have to learn about what specific exhibit numbers there are when we publish them, if that's okay.
It is. Do you know the numbers right now on a listing in front of you, or you don't?
No, and they're all mixed together, and we've added some. So there are some in the 200s, some in the 300s, some in the 400s, and they're not sequential.
Okay, I'll stay on my game then. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Just, can we have a minute to tell Detective Bierke about the court's ruling just now?
I think that's fair as well.
Okay.
Take a couple minutes. Let us know when you're ready.
Thank you. Had a civilian show up who we were going to call earlier. He shouldn't take long. We're going to do that briefly and then do the search that we were just talking about.
Makes sense? Okay.
Fine.
Who's the civilian?
His name is Lemaitre Griffin.
And you spoke with Lemaitre Griffin relative to criminal history that we discussed yesterday?
I actually didn't, but I can.
We got the thumbs up. It looks like your victim witness person handled it already.
Excellent. And yes, he has one prior conviction from, I think, 2021.
Which is what we agreed on yesterday.
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're ready for the jury then. Yes. I need to see the attorneys in chambers for a second. You know, like getting your steps in. All of the jurors, I'd like you to step out one more time, leaving juror number, what is your number? 52. Everybody step out, but leave 52, please. You can see. Okay, as the jury was coming in, I was smiling at the jurors. Juror 52 looked at me and mouthed to me, "I don't feel good." And I kind of gave her a questioning look and she grabbed her stomach. How sick are you feeling?
I'm just feeling a little nauseous. Like I just need like a Sprite or something to settle my stomach.
I'm sorry, I can't hear her on the record.
Oh, I thought that mic right in front of her would catch it. We'll give you a microphone.
I said I'm just feeling a little nauseous, like I need a Sprite or something to settle my stomach.
Okay, and you think you'll be fine to stay if we can get you a Sprite?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
Okay, if you end up feeling worse or it's getting worse, I'm going to have you notice my bailiffs, Deputy Benz or Deputy Allen. Oh, thank you, Damone. And we'll see if that helps, okay?
Okay, thank you. I apologize.
Oh, no, we're happy to help. I just want to make sure it wasn't something worse than that.
No.
Okay, we'll give you the Sprite. You can have that in the box, and we will bring the jury back in at this point.
Thank you.
That wasn't Deputy Allen's Sprite, was it? Oh, that just gave away. We'll get you a fresh one, just a second. Oh, sorry about that. Perfect timing. And not to be too much information, but if things change and get worse on the moment's notice, there is a garbage can right behind that TV. Okay? No worries. Yes, I'm all ready. Thank you. Okay, we are going back on the record. We are still on the state's case in chief. State your next witness.
Lametra Griffin.
Sir, if you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
If you can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Lametra Griffin.
Can you spell your first and last name, sir?
First name Lemetra. Last name Griffin.
Thank you. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Griffin, did you at one point work at the bar Duke's on Water?
I currently work there, yes.
How long have you worked at that bar?
Off and on for 20 years.
And what is your job there?
Security.
Has it always been security?
Most of the time, yes.
Through your employment through Duke's on Water and being familiar with that area, did you come to be familiar with a person named Maxwell Anderson?
Yes.
How did you meet Maxwell Anderson?
He was a patron. That's how I know him.
Was he there often?
Yeah.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Could you identify?
We'll stipulate.
Okay.
The record will so reflect. Go on.
All right, and I'd ask the record to reflect the witness just pointed at the defendant. Had you ever hung out with him not at the bar, or was it?
Maybe like on 2 occasions.
Oh, sir, you know, you're real quiet to hear. Could you move real close up to that microphone, talk right into it? Thank you. Could you re-ask the question, please?
My question was whether or not you had hung out with him ever in the past.
Maybe like on 2 or 3 occasions.
Were those like at bars?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time when you spoke to the police about Mr. Anderson around April 8th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking to the police about a prior night, April 1st, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Were you working at Duke's on the night of April 1st, 2024?
I started at 9 o'clock that night.
You started at 9. Was there a bouncer working before you?
Yes.
And you picked up after that bouncer ended his shift at 9?
Right.
That night, do you recall seeing Mr. Anderson at Duke's?
No.
Okay. Did you come to learn at a later time that he was there that evening?
Yes.
On April 8th, when the police came to talk to you, did they ask you or anybody else employed by Duke's if they could review surveillance video?
Yes.
Upon that request being made, did you personally review the video?
Yes, I did.
Did you discover at that time whether or not Mr. Anderson was on video?
Yes, he was.
He was, okay. So he was there at the same time you were there, you just didn't see him?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 2 exhibits. They're numbered 457 and 458. These are in plastic bags. Select what you possibly.
Oh, great. Oh.
Starting with 457, sir. Do you, I know it's kind of hard to see in the plastic bag, but do you recognize that image?
Yes.
Is that an image you've seen before from Duke's surveillance?
Yes.
I want you to flip it over if you can. I want you to look at the back.
Oh.
Do you see anything on the back that you recognize?
Yeah, my signature.
You signed that photo?
Yes.
Okay. Who's in the photo?
Maxwell Anderson.
I'd move 457 into evidence.
Any objection?
Fine. That's fine. No objection.
Received.
and I'm going to publish to the jury. I'm going to cut it open.
Okay.
Actually, there's a second image in here. Did you sign both of those?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you. 457, image number 1. That's the person you identified as Maxwell Anderson?
Yes.
And your signature is on the back?
Yes.
All right. For the second image, again, you identify that as Maxwell Anderson?
Yes.
And is that your signature on the back?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. All right, let's move to 458. Have you seen this image before?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And it's a piece of paper with a series of images on it, correct?
Correct.
You recognize the person in those images?
Yes.
Who is it?
Maxwell Anderson.
Move 458 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Did you sign that one too?
Yes.
Okay, on the back?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Move to publish.
Go right ahead.
Oh, there's 2 of them in there.
And then there's your signature on the back.
Yes.
I have nothing else.
Cross?
Anything come to mind about anything unusual that night with Max, or no?
I didn't interact with him that night.
What's that?
I had no interaction with him that night.
Okay, that's all.
State anything?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. State your next witness.
State calls Kayla Bierke. It's up there.
Ma'am, if you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Kayla, Kayla, last name Bierke, Bjerke.
You're a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Correct.
Were you a member of the search team that executed a search warrant on April 4th, 2024 at the location of 3161 South 39th Street?
I was.
Is that location in the city and county of Milwaukee?
It is.
Can you describe your role that day?
Yes, I was a part of the search team, so we had the Wisconsin State Crime Lab coming to help with the search of the residence, as well as members from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office Investigative Services Bureau for the search of the residence.
Can you describe how many members of the Sheriff's Department were with you approximately?
I believe around 7 to 8.
And you participated in the actual search and are familiar with that residence, correct?
Correct.
How many personnel from the State Crime Lab?
I believe they had 5 or 6 that were assigned.
And what was their role that day?
Their role was to also help assist and collect evidence.
Can you start with describing the exterior of 3161 South 39th Street?
Yeah, so it's described as a Polish flat in Milwaukee. So it's a 2-story residence. The exterior, so the entrance of the residence faces east to the street, and then it has a side entrance that is facing south. So you would have to go through a gate to go into the side entrance that faces south.
Can you describe the neighborhood?
It's a multi-family neighborhood, single-family homes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously received as Exhibit 297 and ask you if you can identify what that is.
That would be the residence.
The front?
The front, yes.
Okay. How many units are in this?
2.
Okay, and where are they located?
So the first unit's on the lower, so the entrance to the lower would be the front entrance that faces east. You could also access the lower technically from the south entrance as well. And then there's an upper to the residence, and that would be only access through the south entrance.
I'm pointing to the front door, correct?
Correct.
And then the side door is going to be back here, correct?
Correct.
Which unit did you have the search warrant for?
The upper, so that would be the south entrance.
So you had judicial authorization to enter and search the upper unit only, correct?
Correct.
What, if you know, occurred in the lower unit?
I believe a consent search was done at a later time, but we did knock and talk that residence.
What does that mean?
It means you just knock and let them know that you're serving a warrant, and that we just make contact with whoever lives in the lower of the residence.
And law enforcement did make contact with somebody, correct?
Correct.
Where was that person when you were searching the upper?
I believe he was still inside the residence. I can't remember if we pulled him out or not.
Would he have been accompanied by law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why don't you start with how the warrant is executed and then how the search is conducted?
This warrant was executed by the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office SWAT team, which is the Special Weapons and Tactics team. So they entered from the gate on the south side. So they entered from there. They knock and announce several times, letting know this is Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office. We have a search warrant. Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, this is a search warrant. And then if they need to breach or open that door, they will do that. So we were able to gain access to that door, and then they were able to go upstairs and clear the residence. The main thing that they're looking for when they're clearing this residence is any persons that would be in that residence, and then they're securing anybody who would be in that residence.
You weren't a member of the SWAT team that day, correct?
No, I was not.
Did they locate anyone?
No.
And you said that they entered through a gate, correct?
Yes.
Was that the front gate or the back gate?
The front gate.
So the gate that's seen here, correct?
Yes.
There's also a rear gate, correct?
Correct.
And is there an alley that runs behind the house?
Yes.
And that runs north-south, correct?
Correct.
Can you further describe the outside of this house, including the yard and any garages that are associated with it?
Yeah, so there is a full fence that's around the backyard, and then outside of the fence is a garage. In the backyard, there were a bunch of holes along the fence and throughout the yard, and then there was a fire pit that was in the backyard. And then on the other side of that fence was the 2-car garage.
Did you search the garage as well?
We did.
At this point, what are you authorized to search for?
We were authorized to search for any belongings belonging to Sade, any weapons that may have been used, and DNA.
I'm going to show you several exhibits. I'd like you to look through them and ask you if you recognize what they are.
I do recognize them.
Okay, what are they?
These are all the photos of the exterior of the residence that were taken by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
permission to publish these, and when I do so, I'll announce the exhibit number.
Go right ahead. And it's my understanding that the defense is not objecting to any of these?
No.
Okay, they will all be received.
What do we see in Exhibit 298?
This is just going to be the exterior of the residence, so we are facing the street from the front of the residence.
Okay, so that would be looking across the street.
Yep, facing east.
Okay, and do you know if either your department or the Milwaukee Police Department canvassed any of these houses for surveillance?
I believe the Milwaukee Police Department did.
And I would ask that Exhibit 298 be received. I understand that there's no objection to any of these, so I'm not going to make an independent request after each photo.
Based on the stack you have in your hand, the defense has indicated they're not objecting to any of them. So I'm going to receive the stack and we'll enter the numbers as you go. So you don't have to ask as to each individual exhibit.
Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 299, what are we looking at here?
That's going to be the sidewalk. So that would be if you walked the sidewalk that's to the right, that would be going to the entrance of the house. And that's the sidewalk that runs along this, the south side of the house. And that would face the entrance of the residence.
Front door would be off to the side here?
Yes.
And then the entrance to the upper unit is where my finger is?
Yes.
Do you remember what this gate was?
I believe it was an all wooden gate.
What goes straight back here?
That would lead back to the garage, and that's the pathway back to the garage.
And the back alley?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 300, what is that?
Just a closer up image, you can kind of see some of the different holes that were along the gate on the south, like near that south entrance.
Okay, you're actually talking about holes in the ground, correct?
Correct.
There were also holes in this fence, correct?
Correct.
And the holes in the fence allow light to come through?
Yes, they do.
Exhibit 301, what is that?
That's just a closer up photo, so that would be the actual door to the entrance to the upper.
There's a light fixture here, correct?
Yes.
And this is as you would be going out into the back alley?
Correct.
Exhibit 302, what is that?
So this is just the opposite view. So instead of facing west, you're now facing east. You're looking back out towards the street, which would be South 39th Street. So you're facing out to the street, looking out the gates.
Exhibit 452, what is that?
So that would be standing in the alley facing the street, South 39th Street. So looking straight down.
So facing the opposite direction?
Correct.
And then the gate is now closed out the front, correct?
Correct.
And you can see that it allows light through, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 338, what is that?
That would be the garage, and then more of that back pathway, and then the alley would be right behind the garage.
Exhibit 379, what is that?
That would be the fencing along the back of the garage and all the items that were located in the back.
Exhibit 340?
The patio furniture behind the residence.
Exhibit 339?
That would be the fence as well as the garage.
Exhibit 341?
The fence and the garages again.
Do you recall anything specific about this back gate?
I do not.
Before we leave the photos of the backyard, did you and or your team search the entirety of that backyard?
Yes, we did.
Did you locate anything?
No, we did not.
Can you describe how that search proceeded?
Yeah, we searched the different items. We did search through the ground, see if anything had been recently moved. We did move some of the dirt around to see if anything had been moved around recently, but we were unable to locate anything.
Exhibit 342.
That would be the entrance to the alley in the garage from the fence.
Facing the alley,
Yes,
and the gate is open, correct?
correct.
Exhibit 344.
That would be from the alley facing the fence line, so, and now the fence is closed.
Exhibit 451.
Just another view from the alley, and then with the gate open.
Exhibit 450.
There was a trailer parked, so we had the trailer and then with the fence open.
Okay. You executed more than one search warrant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And these photos are all together, but we see this photo with the trailer, and then there's this photo, Exhibit 344, with no trailer, correct?
Correct.
Were these two photographs taken on different dates?
Yes, they were.
When was the secondary search warrant?
It was the next day. So the original search warrant was 4-4. The secondary search warrant was 4-5.
Was there also a search warrant that was executed on the 16th?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Exhibit 450, was that from the 16th?
Yes.
Exhibit 343.
That would be the back slab that's next to the garage from the alley.
And now we're back to April 4th, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 345.
That would be the entrance to the garage in the back alley.
Can you describe the interior of the garage?
Yes, it had multiple tools, different items in it. I believe it had different articles in it, nothing of evidentiary value.
Exhibit 347, to get my up and down right here. What are we looking at?
It's going to be the interior of the garage.
From the door?
Correct.
There's a vehicle here?
Yes.
Can you describe that vehicle?
Yeah, it was a white truck. Obviously, it was missing a tire and part of the wheel. And then there was also a couch there.
Exhibit 348, what is that?
There was also a motorcycle or some type of electric or motorized bike that was in the garage.
Exhibit 349.
Just a close-up video or picture to say of more items located in the garage.
Exhibit 350.
Just a picture of the items that were on the shelves in the garage.
Such as?
Gas cans, several of them, and the different power tools at the bottom.
351 is what?
The close-up of the power tools that were located.
And you actually searched the garage yourself?
Yes.
After the garage search, where did you go?
Into the interior of the residence.
And I'd like to have you describe how you got into the interior and what you see upon entering.
So the interior was already secured by the SWAT team, so we were able to enter already. The house was open for us to go into. So upon entering through that south entrance was a series of small stairs. So you took a few stairs up, and then there was the entrance to the lower. And then after that, there was a series of a winding staircase, and then that would be the entrance to the upper of the residence.
Was there a basement?
There was.
How did you access that?
And that was on the other side of the stairwell when you entered. So on the left side would be the entrance up, and then on the right side would be the entrance down to the basement.
Did you search the basement or the upper unit first?
The basement.
And you have multiple other deputies or detectives assisting you with the search?
Yes.
If an item of evidence or something that you think might have evidentiary value is located, were you alerted to that item?
I was.
Would you consider yourself kind of the main investigator during the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a stack of exhibits, and I'd ask you if you recognize what they are.
These are all going to be the photos of the basement.
Why don't you describe the basement for us?
The basement was laid out in sections. So like I said, you walk to the right and it would lead you down to the basement. On the left-hand side of the basement, there was two sets of washer and dryers, and then like a tool section. On the right hand, he had his dog kennels, and then like a pool table and miscellaneous items throughout the basement.
Did you locate anything of note in the basement?
We did.
Such as?
We located the Carhartt shirt that he was seen wearing on video earlier.
Are you aware of where that video was from?
Yes, I believe it was from Twisted Fisherman.
Where did you locate that shirt?
In the dryer.
The shirt that you're referring to, is it depicted in Exhibit 241?
Yes.
Anything else in the basement?
Yeah, there was also a bed that was located. It looks like they kind of fashioned a room in the basement that like had a bed and other miscellaneous items.
Showing you Exhibit 354. What are we looking at here?
That would be the stairs. So if I was standing in the basement and looking up, that would be that south entrance into the residence.
This is the basement area where my finger is?
Yes.
How about Exhibit 303?
So that would be from the south entrance. So you could see the few small stairs that lead to the lower of the residence. And then on the right-hand side, you can kind of see it's dark down there, but that would be the basement.
So this is the side door that you've discussed?
Yes.
What is this?
That would be the entrance to the first floor.
And what is up beyond that door?
It's another set of stairs that would lead to the entrance of the second floor.
Exhibit 355, what is this?
That's the basement. So if you walk down the stairs and face left or you face west in the residence, that would be the area where the washer and dryers were.
Plural?
Yes.
Exhibit 381, what is that?
The workspace area that we found, and that would be if you're standing by the washer and dryers and you face north now in the residence, that was his work area. It had like miscellaneous tools, nails, such stuff like that.
Did you take any particular note of what kind of tools?
Just miscellaneous different tools, hammers, different type of power tools as well.
Exhibit 382. What is that?
That's the workbench area.
Exhibit 356. What's that?
That would be facing east from that workbench area. So that was this makeshift room it seemed like he made, or that was fashioned in the residence. And then behind there was the bed.
Showing you Exhibit 357. What is that?
That would be on that other side of that curtain or wall, and was like a queen size bed.
What types of items were on top of the bed?
Miscellaneous clothing as well as different bedding. Exhibit
358.
So that was facing kind of southeast in that makeshift bedroom. That was the other panel of like walls that was in there.
The clothing that you located down in the basement, did you look at that specifically to determine whether or not any of it belonged to Sade Robinson?
We did.
And did you determine whether it was?
We could not make the determine if it did belong to her.
Exhibit 359 is what?
That would be another view of the basement. So on the other, that would be facing, I guess, the north side, looking south. You can kind of see that different table with the kennels.
Exhibit 360?
That would be the shirt that we located in the dryer.
Do you remember what dryer you got it out of? Is it?
It's the one that's open right there.
So this one?
Yep, and that was facing on the west wall.
Did it appear that that was a clean load of laundry in?
It did.
Exhibit number 361.
Just a close-up picture of the shirt.
Is that something that you seized as evidence?
It was.
And what did you do with it?
It was packaged and put into property.
Placed on inventory?
It was.
Showing you exhibit 468. Can you tell me what that is?
This is going to be the shirt that was located in the dryer.
Can you open that?
Absolutely.
Could you pull that out and show the jury, please?
Is it okay if I stand up?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd ask that exhibit 468 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received. To your knowledge, when you executed the search warrant and we're looking at clothing in the basement, were you aware of whether or not Sade Robinson's car with articles of clothing had been discovered yet?
I was not aware.
Okay, I'm going to show you some more exhibits and ask you if you can identify what they are.
Yes.
What are they?
That's going to be the walkway up to the second floor.
Okay, let's start with exhibit 370. What is that?
So that would be the landing. So we talked about that first floor door. Then you'd be standing on the landing looking south in the residence to that south entrance door.
Does that appear to be a light switch panel?
It does.
Exhibit 371. What is that?
So if you went up the few sets of stairs and then you went to, after you turned the corner from the first floor, there was a area where it looks like he kept a lot of his shoes.
At the time that you were executing this search warrant, were you aware of the Milwaukee County Transit video surveillance system?
We were not aware of it yet.
At some point, because you described that there were several different search warrants that were executed, at some point before one of those search warrants, did you learn about that video?
We did.
Okay, before which one?
I believe it was before the second or third one. We learned about the video.
And you've reviewed that video?
I did.
Okay. After learning about that video and then going back another time, Were you specifically looking for certain items of clothing?
Yeah, we were looking for the clothing that he wore on the bus that day.
Did you go back and look at photographs from this particular search?
I believe we recalled from the photo, recalled from being in the residence, because we did not have these photos quite yet.
And what happened with the residents in between the different search warrant dates?
So from the first date, from the 4th to the 5th, the search warrant, the residence was held overnight. So that meant that either a law enforcement professional was inside the residence or right outside the residence, made sure nobody was allowed entry or exit to that residence.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm showing you Exhibit 466. I'm going to ask you if you recognize what that is.
Yes.
Is that something that you've seen before?
Yes, it has.
What is it?
It's Maxwell Anderson sitting on the Milwaukee County Transit bus.
Permission to publish 466?
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead. So at least in one of your searches, you were specifically looking for the items of clothing that he had on in this video, correct?
Correct.
And what were those items?
It's going to be the shoes, the pants, that like gray, black tinted zip up, and then it looks like the camouflage backpack.
Did you see other angles of that camouflage backpack?
I did.
So you're familiar with what it looks like?
I am.
And was there something distinctive about the shoes?
Yes, it's the brown with the white soles.
Did you find any of the items that you just listed in any of your search warrants?
Only located the shoes. Or sorry, we did not locate anything.
You did not locate the shoes?
No, we did not, sorry.
And you didn't locate the sweatshirt?
Nope.
Or jacket?
No.
And you did not locate the camouflage backpack?
Correct.
Showing you Exhibit.
Attorney Newport, when you put them up, could you have it where the sticker's visible if possible as well? Thank you.
Okay, showing you Exhibit 332. What is that?
That's going to be the view from the second floor. So if you're on the second floor, right near the second floor entrance, and you would look down the stairs.
And you testified specifically that there were shoes in this kind of stairway hall area.
Correct.
Okay. But none of those shoes were the shoes on the transit video.
Correct.
Showing you Exhibit 333. What is that?
That's going to be the stair like hallway. That's still standing up at that second floor entrance, looking down the hallway, and just more shoes, jackets, and different items of clothing.
Exhibit 304, what is that?
That's going to be actually standing inside the residence, so standing inside that second floor residence, looking down the stairs.
Okay, I'm going to show you another stack of exhibits, and I'd ask you to look through them and see if you are familiar with them.
This is all going to be photos of the interior of the second floor residence, which is that 3161.
I'd like you to start by describing what the upper unit of that residence, how it's configured, and what in general you observed.
Absolutely. So when you enter the residence and the door was open, on the left-hand side, it was like a one bedroom, one living room, one bathroom residence. So on the left-hand side, if you immediately turned left, was going to be the kitchen. On the other side of the kitchen was the bedroom. And then if you went straight forward, it would be the bathroom. On the right-hand side was going to be the living area with another room and a closet.
Can you describe how you and other law enforcement proceeded to search that?
Yes, so once photos were done of the whole entire residence, right, so we needed to have photos to make sure we knew what the residence looked like prior to searching. So photos were done of every single room, and after photos were done, we were able to start searching. So you would assign 2 or more to each room, and you would search the room. Once that room was searched by those 2 people, the room would then be switched and turned over to a second group of 2 people to have a second set of eyes on the room.
Can you describe what the crime lab members were doing?
Yes, so they were taking photos as well as helping with the search and assisting in any way they could.
Were they looking for any stains that could possibly contain DNA?
They were.
And if they located one of those stains, did they alert you to it?
Yes, and they would also mark it and then test it.
Can you just in general describe that process?
Yes, so they would mark it with a sticker to show what the area was of the stain. They would do their test, and then they would take a photo again to show what the swabs did, and then they would let us know if it was positive or negative.
So they're actually looking for something that they could visibly see with their eyes?
Correct.
How big were these stains?
Very minuscule.
Can you give a description?
Probably I would say the end of an eraser tip or smaller.
Okay, what items of evidence did you collect from the interior of the upper unit?
We recovered knives that were located in the upper. There was a firearm that was located in the upper. There was also sheets that were located, as well as different notebooks, notes, and stuff like that.
How many knives were found?
A total of 51 just from the kitchen.
Just from the kitchen? Were there knives elsewhere?
There were.
Do you know how many knives were elsewhere?
I do not have that number.
Okay, showing you Exhibit 305. What is that?
So that's upon entering the residence, so you can see the doors on your left-hand side. And then you're looking straight, which would be looking north inside the residence. So that's the bathroom, as well as a ladder. Ladder was moved in there for the SWAT team. They did have to search. There was an attic above the residence, so we did have to search the attic to make sure nobody was up there.
So is the ladder something that was there before, or is that a law enforcement ladder?
I believe that was there before, but we did use it.
What was in the attic, if anything?
Some sheets from bedding was up there.
Exhibit 306 is what?
A ladder, and then behind the ladder you can see facing east would be that living room.
So this is the living room?
Correct.
These front windows here face out onto 39th Street?
Yes, they do.
That's the front of the house?
Correct.
Bathroom where my finger is?
Yes.
Exhibit number 307 is what?
That would be the closet that was on the right-hand side, and then if you looked out east, that's those big windows in that living room.
Exhibit 308 is what?
That's going to be the living room.
Okay, facing which direction?
East again, so facing out to 39th Street.
Exhibit 309, what is that?
That's going to be the armoire, if I'm saying it correctly, and then as well as the desk and the couch that were located in the living room.
Exhibit 310, what is that?
It's going to be the couch and still facing east in the residence.
Okay, you're talking about where my finger is, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what color is the couch?
Red.
What does it appear the material is?
It was like a pleather or leather.
Kind of a shiny surface?
Correct.
What else is in the living room here that you can see?
He had another secondary couch or cushion, and then he had a big ottoman, and then or something to put your foot on, and then the TV, and then On the other side, he had his computers and different items.
Okay, and I'm actually going to have you step off the witness stand and kind of point to these things. I'll bring you a microphone. Why don't you walk us through?
So over here, this is that big armoire over here. And then you have his TV, and then his couch was right here, and there was that other cushioned seat. He had this small little table over here, his cushion, and then on the other side there was like another seat, and then his computer and setup was over there.
Okay, this item right here where my finger is what?
This item is just like a bench. We had like a, not a bench, but a dresser that had a bunch of storage that had different items inside of it.
Okay, what about this brown item here?
That was like a, sort of like an ottoman, but just something for you essentially to like put your feet on or something.
What color was it?
Brown.
And what material did it appear to be?
That leather-like shiny material.
The windows that face out to 39th Street, did they have any curtains drawn over them when you searched the residence?
No, the curtains were open as is in the photo.
Okay. What was this area?
Over here, this is his desk area, but this is that big cabinet that's on this other side.
Do you recall what else you located in the living room area?
Yes, so actually you're able to move this cabinet forward. We didn't discover it at first, but we were able to move the cabinet, and behind the cabinet was a closet-like area that had different miscellaneous items inside of it.
Showing you exhibit 362. What is that?
So you can see this is facing north in the residence. So this is where that chest or closet is. And then the closet would be right behind here. And you can see the flooring that it's on right here. And this is his computer.
Exhibit 363 is what?
That's that entrance. So you can see we moved the chest forward, and then that was the entrance to that room behind that.
Exhibit 364.
This is going to be that room, so the interior, so it had some shelving and different miscellaneous items inside of it.
Do you recall what was inside of it, what the items were?
I believe we just found 2 bongs. We didn't find anything else.
Showing you exhibit 464. What is that?
Most described as like a marijuana bong.
Something used to smoke marijuana?
Correct.
Okay. Moving back into the living room area, what is exhibit 311?
So this is facing southeast in the bedroom. You can kind of see the couch, the different tables, as well as the drawings.
Showing exhibit 335, what is that?
It's a close-up of the couch.
The windows are now covered with what look like plastic bags.
Correct.
Who did that?
We did that, as well as the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Why?
Media came on scene, and they were right across the street. And so with the windows being open, we couldn't close the windows and the blinds. So we figured we needed some privacy of what we were doing inside this residence. So we put those up.
You can see a police evidence marker where my finger is, correct?
Correct.
What is that denoting?
It's an evidentiary item.
What was it?
It was a red plaid jacket.
That red plaid jacket, why was that something that you took note of?
It was a jacket that was seen on video that Maxwell Anderson was wearing.
Showing you exhibit 241, is that the red jacket?
Yes, it is.
And is that red jacket something that was recovered?
It was.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. Moving on to exhibit 365, what is that?
That's going to be facing east, so those big windows again, and then with evidence placard number 7.
Outside of these window coverings that law enforcement added, are these photos taken before or after the search?
During the search.
Okay, so are the items in Anderson's house as they were or as they were moved?
Most of the stuff that we're photographing, before you collect the item, you have to take a photo as it is. So you can show its original placement, where it was, and then after it's manipulated or moved, it'll show another picture of where it went.
Evidence marker number 7 in Exhibit 365 denotes what?
I believe it was a firearm that we located.
Exhibit 366 is what?
Just another close-up of evidentiary item number 7.
Exhibit 367 is what?
It's going to be that close-up picture of evidentiary item number 7, which is a firearm.
Do you know what kind?
I believe it was a Glock. I can't recall exactly.
Exhibit number 312.
That's going to be the living room.
Again, that red couch and brown ottoman.
Correct.
Showing you Exhibit 372, what is that?
That same brown ottoman and red couch.
Okay, that brown ottoman as it relates to its position near the red couch, is that how you found it?
Yes.
Can you also see that red plaid jacket in Exhibit 372?
Yes, I can.
Can you point that out?
It's right there.
Exhibit 336 is what?
The close-up of the jacket.
The red couch, where my finger is, does it appear to be worn?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
I would say for a leather couch, it just appeared that it wasn't clearly very brand new. It was something that has been had for quite a few years, where wear and tear would start to come in.
Exhibit 337 is what?
We moved the jacket to show the whole picture of what that jacket looked like. So that way people would be able to see when you take a photo of the whole jacket.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 467, and you can go back on the witness stand. Identify what 467 is.
Yes. 467 is the plaid jacket.
Okay, could you open that? And I'd ask that 467 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Can I stand up again?
Yes. Thank you. So, to summarize, you located clothing that the defendant was seen wearing in Exhibit 241 at the Twisted Fisherman, correct?
Correct.
The Carhartt t-shirt and the red plaid jacket.
Yes.
You did not recover any of the clothing that he is seen wearing in Exhibit 466?
Correct.
Showing Exhibit 373, what is that?
So that's going to be his wall facing the north. So it was like a corkboard that he had attached, and then he had a bunch of different writings and drawings on it.
Why did you take particular note of some of the documents? Why is that important during the search warrant execution?
Shows ownership, right? So you're trying to show that the fact that somebody lives there. If anybody did and went to any of your houses, you would expect to find utility bills, items with your name on it, your IDs, anything like that. So that's showing that you live and are at that residence.
And were some of those documents depicted in 373?
Yes.
Okay. Is 313 a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
What do those show just in general?
Just different checks, and it had Maxwell Anderson's name on them.
Exhibit 374 is what?
That's going to be his computer area.
Okay. What is this right here?
I believe that's the computer, so the CPU.
Okay. Is this area behind the TV in the living room?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Could this be the TV?
Yes.
Were these computers taken as part of the investigation?
Yes, they were.
Showing you Exhibit 465, what is that?
That was the secondary bong that was located inside of that closet behind the chest.
Exhibit 316 is what?
The overall of the living room, so just showing another picture of the living room.
Exhibit 317?
Showing another picture of that living room with that red couch.
Exhibit 318.
Another photo of the couch with the jacket on it.
Exhibit 384 is what?
It's a photo of the desk that was near the red couch with evidence placard number 16.
What was evidence placard number 16?
It was a type of knife.
And it's on a little shelf where my finger is?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe the knife?
It was a blade that was attached to what seemed to be a like a chicken head or something that had like a beak to it.
The knives were taken by the crime lab?
They were.
Exhibit 385 is what?
That's going to be the close-up of that knife, which is evidence placard 16.
386 is what?
Another photo of the knife. So they took the knife out of the sheath, which would like hold the knife. We took it out just to show the size of the blade and show the knife.
Exhibit 320, what are we looking at?
So this is facing west in the residence. So if you were more or less standing by those windows and you face the opposite way towards his bedrooms, towards the kitchen, this is what you would see. He had an axe on the wall and just different miscellaneous items throughout his residence.
This is the chair that you were referring to, correct?
Correct.
Did that chair have items on it?
Yes.
Such as what?
Knives, different tools as well. Exhibit
375, what is that?
The different tools and items that were located. It's almost like he used pants or something like that to sew onto the couch, and he kind of made it into his tool holder area.
Was there a knife in there?
Yes, there was.
Can you stand up and show the jury where?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of knife that was?
Like a multi-tool knife.
Exhibit number 319, what is that?
Another photo of that chair, or like the arm of the chair, with more of the tools.
Exhibit 321, what is that?
That's the chest.
That's what was blocking the door to the closet room that was hidden?
Yes.
Okay, moving on from the living room, what are the remaining rooms in that house?
The bathroom, the kitchen, and his bedroom.
Okay, talk about the kitchen.
The kitchen had multiple knives in it. Like I described, 51 knives, several corkscrews, potato peelers, had some knife sharpeners in it that were nicer quality. And then that would lead out to the secondary floors, like had like a balcony or sort of a patio area.
Exhibit 323 is what?
That's going to be the kitchen.
And what are we looking at specifically in the kitchen, and from what perspective?
So this would be looking from the entry door. So you could see the fridge on the one side, the oven, and then the sink area.
This window would face what direction?
I believe that is facing south.
Showing you exhibit 324, what is that?
That's going to be the kitchen, so that window facing south, and then that's that patio area that would be you'd overlook the backyard into the alley and see the garage.
Okay, so we're oriented here out where my finger is, that's towards the garage, correct?
Yes.
And that's towards that north-south alley?
Yes.
So this window is in fact the northern window, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, that's facing west, correct? The door faces west?
The door faces west, yes.
Okay. Exhibit 325 is what?
Just some of the knives that were located inside of the residence. He had it like on a metal storage area, so the metal would just hook up to the knife and hold it.
There's also what on the counter where my finger is?
Another knife.
Exhibit 376 is what?
A close-up of all the knives that were located.
Exhibit 377?
Butcher block to hold knives in the kitchen.
Exhibit 387 is what?
One of the kitchen drawers, so that's right under all those knives, right there, with more knives and miscellaneous items inside.
Exhibit 383 is what?
Those are going to be those knife sharpeners that are a little bit nicer to use to sharpen your knives if they start to become dull.
Those are what's called a whetting stone, correct?
Correct.
And how many are there?
It looks like there's 4.
Can you repeat that case number, please? The exhibit number?
383?
Thank you.
That was in the kitchen as well?
Yes, it was.
Again, all of those knives that were located were seized by the law enforcement or the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
Anything else of note in the kitchen?
Nothing else.
Why don't you describe what room is next?
It would be his bedroom.
Okay. Can you describe the layout of the bedroom?
Yes. So the bedroom faced on the north side of the residence. It had a bed, and then it had a dresser with a big mirror on it, and then the closet.
Showing you another stack of exhibits, and I'm going to ask you if you know what they are.
That's going to be all the photos from his bedroom.
What items of note were seized from the bedroom, if any?
We located more knives in the bedroom, as well as I believe we took his sheets.
Exhibit 326 is what?
That's going to be his bedroom.
Can you describe, and I'd ask you to step down off the stand and describe what areas are what?
Absolutely. So this wall is going to be the wall that would face the alley. So you're facing north right now. So this is going to be his bed. It had storage on the sides, and then you had his dresser, and then this is his closet area.
What was on that dresser?
Another knife, which is right there.
329 is what?
Just a close-up of that small dresser with the knife.
Thank you. Exhibit 328.
That's going to be that wall that's facing west. So this would be the back of the residence, and then his dresser, and then a set of more drawers.
Were any identifying documents located in the bedroom?
Yes.
What?
We found a paper copy of his ID.
Did you find a wallet?
Yes, we did.
Showing you exhibit 334, what is that?
A wallet with his ID in it.
Was that an expired ID?
I believe so, yes, it was.
Exhibit 368 is what?
More items that were located in his wallet. So that paper ID, which is his Wisconsin Department of Transportation, and then different IDs and cards that were located.
Sorry, exhibit 369 is what?
That's going to be that paper Wisconsin Department ID card. So it's just an identification card through the Wisconsin DOT.
Okay, I'm going to actually bring you 369 because it's a little hard to see. I'm going to ask you if there's any demographic information that you're able to read off of that.
Yes, I am.
I should ask, is there a height?
Yes, there is.
Is there a weight?
Yes, there is.
What's the height and the weight?
The height is going to be 6 feet 1 inch and 175 pounds.
Thank you. Exhibit 378 is what?
So that's going to be facing south in the residence, or south in that at least bedroom. So you're standing more where that knife on that dresser was, and you're looking south. So that's the door that would lead you back into that entryway, and then the 2 dressers.
There's a TV where my finger is, correct?
Correct.
What's above the TV?
I believe we located just up on more miscellaneous items.
Showing you exhibit 330. Is that shelf?
Yes, it is.
And can you see anything specifically on top of the shelf?
Yes, we located another knife.
Showing you exhibit 388. What is that?
A close-up of the knife that we located.
Just going back to the exterior of the house and that fence and the gates, did you get an approximate height of the fence and the gates?
I believe the approximate height was about 6 feet.
The interior of the house, did it appear as though there had been a struggle inside?
No.
How would you have described the state of the residence just in general?
A normal residence, but a bit messy. Nothing, I would say, out of the ordinary for anybody.
There were knives that were found that were not in the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And we saw pictures of all of those?
Yes, we did.
Did you also participate or at least view in the search of a Hyundai Santa Fe vehicle belonging to Maxwell Anderson?
I did.
And where did that take place?
That was taking place at the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office substation located at 10320 West Watertown Plank Road in the city of Wauwatosa.
Do you remember what day that you viewed that search?
I believe it was later in the month. I can't remember the exact day.
Was anything of note found inside that vehicle?
No.
You didn't find any of the articles of clothing in Exhibit 466?
We did not.
You did not find that camouflage backpack?
We did not.
To your knowledge, has the camouflage backpack ever been found?
It has not.
To your knowledge, have the shoes that are pictured in Exhibit 466 been found?
No.
As part of this investigation, did you receive information about Sade Robinson's Instagram account?
I did.
Okay, what did you receive?
We were able to obtain a warrant or a subpoena for the Instagram account. We were able to receive records from certain dates from the Instagram account.
Do you remember what the dates of the records were?
I believe it was from early February to the date, which would have been like 4344.
Okay, early February, meaning February of 2024.
Yes.
And as a part of your review of those records, were you able to see messages that would have been sent to Sade from other individuals?
Yes.
Did you, in your review of those messages, see any messages where she arranged to meet anyone on April 1st or April 2nd of 2024?
No.
And in your review of those messages, did you locate any messages that were threatening in nature or seemed to be violent in nature?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross.
Give us 1 minute, please, if we could.
Go ahead.
I'll just need to be buzzed out. We have a paralegal here with some items. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I want to start with kind of talking about the initial search, because it sounds like there was 3 searches in total, correct?
I believe there's yes, sounds about right.
So there's a search on April 4th, correct?
Correct. That was the initial search.
And then there's a search on April 5th?
Yes, but that was continued from the 4th.
Okay. And then there's also another search on April 16th, correct?
Yes.
there's a lot of photos here.
No worries.
The photos you're not using, can you hand to my clerk, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so I want to start. Actually, I want to start with talking about kind of the layout of the home and how it is set up with the neighborhood. Okay, so what we see here, this is Exhibit 297. This house right in the front, that's Maxwell Anderson's house, correct?
Correct.
And then to the right, we see another residence, right?
Correct.
And then to the left, there's another residence.
Correct.
And these houses are all fairly close together, right?
Correct.
About how far?
Best guess would probably be like 15 feet apart.
Okay. And did you measure how close the houses are together?
I did not.
Okay, did any other detective do that?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I'm showing you 298. This is just another view that we can see. The house in the middle is Mr. Anderson's house, correct?
No, that's the other side of the street.
Oh, that's the other side of the street, I'm sorry. But just another view of how the houses are kind of aligned up right next to each other.
Correct.
Showing you 299. And that, what we're looking here, this is in front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And then off picture, you can't see it over here, that would be the front door, right?
Correct.
And then right here, we can see, that's the gate, right?
Yes, a little bit higher up from where you're pointing, but yes.
Right here?
Yep.
Okay. And then that pathway follows all the way to the where the garage would be, right?
Correct.
And then if you walk down that path, you'll be in the backyard, but if you continue walking, you get to the garage, right?
Correct.
And you can see on the left here, these are the neighbors' windows, correct?
Yes.
And we can see a window up here.
Yep.
We can see a window here,
Yes.
a window here,
Yes.
and a window here, right?
Yes.
And do you know what rooms in the house those are of that neighbor or not?
I do not.
Okay, did you speak to that neighbor?
I did not.
Do you know if another officer did?
Possibly, I do not recall.
Okay. Showing you 301, here is that last window I think I showed, right?
Correct.
And we look at Exhibit 302, we see this first window again, right?
Yes.
Exhibit, make sure I can, those are all, I'm sorry. See the exhibit number here. Again, neighbor's house, we see those three windows, right?
Correct.
Exhibit 340, this is the backyard of the residence, right?
Yes, it is.
And then, so this top part, that's like a top balcony, is that connected to Maxwell's residence or the downstairs tenant?
Maxwell's.
Okay. And when you initially came to search this house, you said the search warrant that you got authorized by the judge was just for Maxwell's house, right?
Correct.
So just the upper.
Yes.
What about for the lower tenant? Did you end up searching that? I think you said you did.
I did not know, but a consensual search was done.
Okay, by another officer?
Yes.
Do you know which officer did that?
I believe it was Detective Sullivan, Detective Lara Lorette, and Detective Brian Morgan.
And when was that done?
I do not know the date.
But it was done, and that's the downstairs tenant. And do you know who lived in the downstairs?
I know his name is Pete. I don't know his last name.
Pete Warmington sound right?
Yes.
All right. And did you personally interview him, or did someone else interview him?
Attorney Finley, you want to use the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you personally interview him, or did a different officer or detective?
I believe somebody else did. I did not interview him.
Okay, and I guess the topics of this search, or the items that you were looking for, were for DNA, correct?
Correct.
And you said also weapons?
Yes.
And also belongings that could have belonged to Sade Robinson, right?
Correct.
Like clothes?
Correct.
Jewelry?
Yes.
Footwear, possibly?
Possibly.
Purses? Any items that could have belonged to her, right?
Yes.
And when you say you're looking for DNA, that can include like blood, right?
Yes, it can.
Bodily fluids?
Yes.
Saliva?
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons why you tested different surfaces in the residence, right?
I didn't, but the crime lab did, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But that's one reason why people you said that there's people from actually the crime lab who are on scene during this search, right?
Correct.
And do you know what's their role there? What's their purpose?
So they're the crime lab response team. So any like extreme event, such as like an officer involved shooting or a search warrant where you might need a little extra assistance, they'll respond out to your scene and they will help you in any way they can. Okay,
and these individuals on that team, let's say, they actually are doing the testing in the laboratory, correct?
They'll do the testing on scene. However, I don't know if they do the laboratory back when it gets back to the office.
Okay, but they can kind of help and give, I guess, guidance of what pieces of evidence they think are very important that could be helpful for the investigation, right?
Possibly, yes.
So you're also in there saying this should be tested, this should be tested, right?
Yes.
And then also people from the crime lab can also say, I think this should be tested, I think that should be tested, right?
Yes.
And so they were on scene performing actual tests and getting, I guess, I shouldn't say results, but getting some sort of analysis right away, right?
Yes, it was like a presumptive analysis, yes.
Okay, and what do you mean by presumptive analysis?
It was just a presumptive test, so it wasn't a full test. It was just a basic beginner's test of a yes or a no.
And what kind of things would it say yes or no?
I'm going to just ask for a sidebar at this point.
Defense.
Judge. All right, so I'm just going to move forward just a little bit and just kind of talk about the order of kind of the search that occurred. So I think you said the first place you searched was the garage,
Yes.
and I think we saw some exhibits of that. If I just pull that exhibit number. I'm showing you exhibit 348. So this is the interior of the garage, right?
Correct.
And the ground of the garage, that was, when you searched it, was it dry? Was it wet? What was it like?
I can't recall the condition of the floor of the garage.
Okay, but you don't see any like puddles of water or anything, right?
Not that I can observe, no.
Okay. And then 349, that's also in the garage. That shows that truck, right?
Correct.
And then you can just see all sorts of things that you might find in a garage, right?
Yes.
Like a snow shovel, tools. Not quite sure what this is, maybe a power washer or something.
Correct.
And then showing you 345. So that, what are we looking at here? What is this?
That's going to be the exterior of the garage, and then the alley is right behind it.
Okay, and is that like a parking slab where a vehicle could get parked?
Correct.
And then is that the door? Sorry, I should point on the picture. This door is the door into the garage, right?
Yes, it is.
And then showing you 343. That is also that's another picture of the parking slab, right?
Yes, it is.
Showing you 342. And so that's going to be, sorry. So that is going to be what a view into the alley, the back alley would be, right?
Yep, from standing inside the backyard.
That's someone standing inside the backyard taking a photo of into the alley, right?
Correct.
And you can see another garage, another detached garage in the background there, right?
Correct.
And this alley, it's kind of a standard Milwaukee alley where we see you can drive a vehicle through it, right?
Yes, you can.
And then there's garages on both sides of that alley, right?
Yes.
Where in people's houses, they all have these detached garages, right?
Correct.
All right, and so, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked Defense Exhibit 806 and 807. Should I permission to approach?
You may. Take that microphone with you, though, so they can understand you if you're...
Okay. All right, can you take a look at those two pictures and tell me what they are?
I'm sorry. Your paper is scratching across the microphone. I'm not hearing you.
I'm sorry. So can you tell me what those photos are?
Yes, those are going to be the two photos of the south entry into the residence.
And this is the... I don't think that was. And so what door of the home is that?
That's going to be the south entry, so that's where you could access the basement, you could access the first floor, access the second floor.
Defense moves 306 and 307 in.
806 and 807?
Yeah, 806 and 807, I'm sorry.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And so this is exhibit 806. This is the door, and if you're looking out of that screen door, is that where you can see kind of the walkway, right?
Yes.
And we see those rocks outside of that door, right?
Correct.
And then if you look up on the top here, can you see this is kind of the mechanic that keeps that door open or closed, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And is that something that you looked at? Did you kind of test the function of this door?
No, but we came in and out of it several times, so I would assume it worked.
Okay, so you opened the door, right, and you closed it, right?
Quite often, yes.
And when you closed it, did it kind of slam shut because the hydraulic arm right there?
I can't recall if it exactly slammed shut.
Okay. And then showing you 807, this is just another photo of that same door, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then from behind this door, I mean, I guess if you turn around, that's going to be where the staircase is, right, leading up.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's a perfect time to stop for lunch. So remember the admonitions? Do you need to hear them all again? No, you understand everything. You got it? Okay, wonderful. Then have a lovely lunch. We're going to kick back up at what time, Celeste? 1:45. We'll open up the room about 1:15. Have a lovely lunch. Put this completely out of your mind till you come back. Feel free to bring coffee, water, or soda. It's hot out, I think. (11:45) at the state's request. During the course of that sidebar, the state indicated that the defense has opened the door relative to the use of the stain evidence that there was a previous agreement relative to that was placed on the record right this afternoon, or this morning, excuse me. State indicated that the defense attorney in his questioning violated the agreement by asking a question that was words to the effect of asking the witness relative to the job undertaken by the crime lab and what does their search include? Does it include, and it was words to the effect of searching for DNA and blood, and then the next question went on to wording relative to presumptive testing. In response to that, Attorney Finley indicated he did do that, which I think we all heard. I indicated that the agreement had then been breached by the defense in his questioning and that the state would have leave on redirect to go into those matters and to address them on the record. State, would you like to add to what was done at sidebar in any way?
Just to add that defense counsel was going into what presumptive analysis was, and that presumptive analysis was blood testing. That's at the point where I asked for a sidebar.
Defense, any record you wish to make relative to that sidebar?
No, we understand it. I think after lunch, we'll just explore it thoroughly then.
Okay. Anything further to address on the record at this time?
No.
Defense?
Nope. No.
Okay, then please be back timely by 1:45.
Yes.
Thank you.
Calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Megan Newport and Ian Vance Curzan appear for the state.
Jason Finling and Anthony Cotton on behalf of Maxwell Anderson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you had a nice lunch. Hasn't started raining yet, but it's supposed to any moment, so we lucked out with that timing. We're still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared? Oh, we're still during the last witness. Where is our last witness?
She's here.
Oh, wonderful. Can you retake the stand? And we're going to re-swear you because we have a new court reporter this afternoon. We still are on the state's case in chief. We're on the cross-examination.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Kayla, Kayla, last name Bjerke, Bjerke.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So I think I left off, I was kind of talking about the staircase in this apartment. Do you remember the staircase?
Yes.
And you remember kind of how it's set up? It's not like an up and down staircase, right?
From the first to the second floor, no.
Okay, and it's like kind of like I wouldn't call it a spiral staircase, but it's almost like half spiral, right?
Correct.
If I show you photos of that, do you think you'd recognize it?
Yes.
The staircase, obviously.
Yes.
Commissioner Coach,
You may.
I'm showing you exhibits 808 through 813. You recognize those?
Yes.
So what were those photos of the staircase?
Yes, they were.
I moved 808 through 813 in.
Any objection?
Asked to publish?
We spoke at the exact same time. Any objection?
No objection.
I will receive them into evidence and you may publish.
All right, so I'm showing you 808. So this is kind of the first part of the staircase, right?
Yes, from the first floor.
And then 809. That's where is that a photo from, like kind of like part way up that staircase, right?
That would be from the landing. So at that landing where they're standing right now, that's where they would be able to enter into Pete's like apartment or like house area of the house. So that's where you'd be able to enter the first floor, is right where the photo's being taken.
Okay, and then if you keep going up those stairs, you can get up to Max's apartment, right?
Correct.
810. That's just another photo of continuing to go up the stairs, right?
Correct.
And then 811, this is another landing space on that same staircase, right?
Correct.
And then we have 812, that's just another photo of that landing.
Yes.
And then 813, that's a view from, just higher up on the staircase facing down, right?
Correct.
And if we're looking at 808, you can kind of see these stairs, they're wooden, right?
Correct.
And how this is set up, you go up the stairs and you kind of have to wind around, right?
Yes.
And these stairs, if you look at them, they were dirty, right?
Ish, yes, I guess I would say.
Because it looks like you can see like dust and dirt on the stairs.
Correct.
They didn't look like they had been freshly cleaned, right?
Correct.
And then when you get to the top of that staircase, you can ultimately go into kind of the living quarters of Max's apartment, right?
Yes.
And in that living quarters, there's a big kind of bay window, right?
That faces east to 39th Street, yes.
Okay, and it faces like the city street, right, where cars can park?
Correct.
And then directly below that window is kind of where you would enter Pete's apartment, right?
I believe so, yes.
If I show you a photo of that window, you think you'll recognize it?
Yes.
Commissioner, approach.
Go ahead.
I'm showing you Exhibit 814. Is that the window that faces the street?
Yes.
I move 814 in.
Any objection? No. It's received.
Ask to publish.
Go ahead.
Okay, so is that big window?
Yes, it is.
And then if you're looking out that window, you can see, it looks like the neighbor across the street's house.
Correct.
And that's a pretty big window. It's like, I mean, did you measure how large a window that is?
No, we did not.
Okay, but it's fair to categorize that as kind of like a bay window, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you can see that's that red couch to the right of to the right of the picture. This is was this the same couch where that flannel was found on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you just found that flannel, it's just laying out on the couch, right?
Correct.
And do you remember what was next to the flannel?
I believe it was like a waitress apron.
Yeah, there was like a waitress apron, kind of the waiter's notebook where they write people's orders on it, and then like a black little pamphlet.
Correct.
Where the waiter keeps, like, you know, the bill and everything inside, right? Commissioner, approach.
Please.
I'm showing you exhibits 815 and 816. That looked like the waiter stuff I was talking about?
Yes, it did.
All right, I move 815 and 816 in.
Any objection? No. Received.
Ask to publish.
Go ahead.
All right, so we can see here, that's like the waiter notebook, right?
Correct.
That's like the little envelope they carried in?
Yes.
I don't know the word for it. And then to the right, that's where the apron is, right?
Correct.
And those are just lying right on that couch, right?
Yes, they are.
And then 816, we can see on the left side of that photo, that's that flannel sweatshirt, right?
Correct.
And then, the waiter stuff is just hanging out right next to it, right?
Yes.
And through your investigation, did you learn that Mr. Anderson worked as a bartender or a waiter?
I believe that was told to me, yes.
Do you know where he worked?
I believe he worked at Victor's.
Okay, did you know if he worked anywhere else?
I am not aware if he worked anywhere else.
Okay. And did you ever personally go to Victor's?
No, I did not.
Okay, do you know if any other detectives went to Victor's?
I believe Deputy Ethan, Ethan, Stout, Stoudt, went there, but I'm not sure who else went there.
And you're not sure if they searched like any of the employee lockers there?
I have no idea.
Okay. And during your search, you also found a red and black backpack, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that was located in Mr. Anderson's bedroom, right?
Correct.
I'm showing you exhibit 817, and tell me if this is the backpack that you saw.
Yes, it is.
I move 817 in
Any objection? No. It's received.
and ask to publish.
You may.
Showing you 817, this right here is that black and red backpack, correct?
Correct.
And that was just kind of hanging like halfway in the closet, halfway on the ground.
Correct.
And you can also see that there's kind of clothes laying around, and this is the bedroom floor, right?
Right.
And there's kind of clothes just laying out throughout that whole house, the whole apartment, right?
Correct.
And then I think what you opened that evidence package just a little while ago when you're on direct, and you revealed that Carhartt shirt, right?
Yes.
And that Carhartt shirt was the one you believe that he was wearing on his date with Sade, right?
We believe so, yes.
Okay. And you know that was photographed?
Yes.
I'm showing you exhibits 818 and 819. And are those photos of that Carhartt shirt that you found?
It is.
I move 819 in, I'm sorry.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
Ask to publish.
Go ahead.
All right, so this is one photo of the shirt, and you said you found this in the dryer, right?
Yes, and one set of the dryers.
Okay, but that flannel sweatshirt was just laying out on that red couch upstairs, right?
Correct.
And then another photo, 819. This is the same condition you found that shirt in, right?
The shirt was found in the dryer. We just pulled it out of the dryer to take a photo.
But it's in the same condition as it was when it was in the dryer. You didn't manipulate it other than moving it from the dryer out to the tarp that it's on.
Correct.
And did you observe it to be ripped or torn in any way?
Not that I'm aware of.
And that was just in the dryer. It wasn't like hidden, like behind any pieces of furniture, right?
Correct.
It wasn't like under a mattress
No.
or in the trash.
No.
It wasn't like partially burned in any way.
No.
And you can clearly see that Carhartt lettering and that white lettering, right?
Correct.
Don't see any stains on it.
No.
And then in the basement, you said that you located the workbench, right?
Correct.
And that just had a bunch of miscellaneous types of tools.
Correct.
And you can't say if any of them are missing, right?
Correct.
Just a standard tool that you might find in someone's workbench, someone who likes woodworking, right?
Possibly, yes.
And through your investigation, when you initially came to the house, did you ever detect like an odor of bleach
Not that I can recall, no.
or ammonia?
Not that I can recall, no.
And those are the kind of substances that, as a detective, you might commonly see someone try to clean something up with one of those substances, right?
Correct.
But you didn't detect any of those substances in this case, right?
I did not.
And did you ever go in with like a black light to determine whether there had been anything that had just been cleaned up?
I don't believe we did.
Okay. But you've done that in cases in the past, right?
Personally, I've only used it in a vehicle, but I've never used it in a residence.
Okay. But that's something that you could do, right?
Correct.
And you went through the trash at this residence, right?
I believe somebody went through the trash, yes.
Okay.
I personally did not.
Okay, and you didn't find any empty bottles of bleach or ammonia, right?
I'm going to object. She said she doesn't have personal knowledge of this.
Any response?
No, I'll just move on. I can withdraw my question. She
Okay,
doesn't have
questions
personal.
withdrawn. Next question.
And so, like you said, there's three searches in total, but two of them, one's on April 4th and then into April 5th, right?
Technically, there was 4 searches. So one started April 4th, went into the 5th, but that included 2 search warrants. The second one or technically the third one happened on the 6th, and then the last one happened on the 16th.
Okay, and then from the 4th to the 5th, you said that the scene was secured, right?
Correct.
So an officer stays out front or out back all night, right?
Correct, as well as inside of the residence.
And once you had executed the warrant on the 4th, you said that there was media and news reporters that were on scene at that time, right?
I believe so. It wasn't until later in the night that they came on scene.
Okay, but it was still during that search on the 4th, right?
Correct.
So there's multiple people coming. They're not necessarily on scene, but they're kind of across the street, right?
Correct.
So there's news teams, right?
Yes.
Cameramen,
Yes.
photographers,
Yes.
reporters.
I believe so.
Lots of different people outside of that residence, right?
On the other side of the street, yeah.
Okay, and and then after you finished the search on the 5th, did police officers remain on and freeze the house, or did you close the crime scene at that time?
Crime scene was closed at that time.
Okay. And the reason why you close or freeze a crime scene is to make sure that no one comes in or comes out, right?
Closing is different than freezing, I would say.
Okay, so freezing it means that no one can come in and come out, right?
Correct.
And then when you close it, it means that it's back open to the public?
Or the owners of the residence, yes. The house was turned over to an owner of the residence, or it was locked and secured so that nobody could regain entry to that residence.
So after you finished the search on the 5th, that's when you closed it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then police presence wasn't there anymore at that point?
Correct.
And so any of the homeowners could come and go, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that people from the community were kind of outside of the residence, right?
I did see some pictures that were posted on social media from it, yes.
And people were actually inside the house too, right?
I do not know of that.
Okay. But the main purpose of freezing is so people don't taint evidence or move evidence, right?
Correct.
And because there wasn't a police presence after the search on the 5th, you don't know who went in and who went out of that house?
Correct.
Or if any evidence was moved or taken?
The evidence from the 4th and 5th was already collected and recovered from the residence, but anything past that, I don't know.
But not everything in the whole entire residence was taken by the police, right?
Correct.
Some things were left in the residence.
Correct.
And you never found in this backpack that so you attended some briefings where you saw photos of Max on a city bus, right?
Yes.
And you did that, and you attended those briefings before some of these searches, before the one on the 6th, probably?
I believe so, yes.
And so you knew what backpack you were looking for, right?
Correct.
But you didn't find that on your search on the 4th or the 5th, right?
Correct, because we didn't know we were looking for that at that time.
Okay. And one thing that you testified about just earlier this morning is that, the house was kind of messy, but you didn't believe that there's any sign of a struggle, correct?
Correct.
No sign of a fight?
Correct.
Or a disturbance?
Correct.
It's just kind of an untidy house?
Yes.
Like chairs weren't knocked over or anything like that?
Correct.
Pictures weren't knocked off the wall?
Nope.
Okay. And during your briefing, you'd said that you'd seen photos of Max wearing these shoes with white soles, right?
Yes.
Did you ever look at like a briefing video of him walking on the street?
I don't believe I watched any videos regarding that.
Okay. And because you said that you ultimately don't believe you found those shoes that he was seen wearing on the bus, right?
Correct.
Do you know what brand of shoes he was wearing on the bus?
No.
So you don't know the company that makes them?
I don't.
What steps did you take to identify what type of shoes, what company
I
shoes?
didn't do anything to identify the shoes or anything like that. I was not in charge of the bus video.
But you did locate shoes inside of the residence, right?
Correct.
Did you find any that were like covered in sand?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And you would have recovered those, correct?
Correct.
And then throughout the house, you talked about how you had identified stains, even as small as, like, I believe you said an eraser tip?
Yes.
But you didn't find any large pools of blood, correct?
Correct.
No stained towels?
No.
No wet mop?
No.
And as you said that, that you might not have personally done it, but some officer searched the trash, right?
Possibly, yes.
And they probably would have brought it to your attention if they found, you know, blood, right?
I would assume if they knew it was blood, they would have said something, yes.
And you also, you talked about how there was a closet that you couldn't see at first, but if you moved that kind of that armory or that big cabinet, there was a kind of a closet behind it, right?
Correct.
But you didn't find any items of evidentiary value other than that bong, right?
Correct.
You didn't find like a knife
Not that I can recall.
or a saw?
No.
There was just some miscellaneous clothing in there, right?
Correct.
Among other things, but for the
Yes.
most part, just we saw clothes hanging on hangers, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
State? Showing you Exhibit 466 again. You were asked on cross about several items of clothing. I think it's clear that there were a lot of articles of clothing that were seen within the residence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you found a backpack,
Correct.
but not the backpack seen in this picture.
Correct.
And in the residence, you did not find this black jacket or sweatshirt, gray black jacket or sweatshirt?
Correct.
And you did not find the pants?
We did not.
And you did not find the shoes?
No, we did not.
Showing you Defense Exhibit 816. On this red couch, do you remember seeing this item that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was a package. I can't recall for sure.
But you recall seeing that in that position?
Yes.
Okay, and it's blue and kind of flat?
Yes.
Fair? On April 4th and into April 5th, you've testified that you weren't sure what you were looking for specifically, correct?
Correct.
Because at this point, you hadn't discovered a lot of information yet.
Correct.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about the crime lab response. You testified that they examined certain stains, correct?
Correct.
Did some of those stains appear to be blood stains?
They did.
The stains in general, can you describe what the size range of those were?
They would be anything smaller from like a tiny speck, which would be like a needle point, to quite literally, I would say nothing bigger than that eraser tip of a pen or a pencil.
And as the crime lab's identifying these stains, nobody knows if they're human DNA or not.
Correct.
Could be a food stain.
Correct.
Could be something from an animal.
Yes.
Okay. So there was some testimony about presumptive analysis. What is that?
Presumptive analysis is when you do a test, and based upon the test, you can get an indication of a yes or a no for that.
A yes or a no for what?
The yes or no for they were testing for human blood at this time.
And did the crime lab do that?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did some of the items that they identified as stains test presumptively positive for human blood?
A few did, yes.
Okay. You're aware, though, that none of them ultimately tested positive for Sade Robinson's DNA, correct?
Correct.
You testified on direct and talked about the knives that were located, correct?
Correct.
And what did the state crime lab do as it relates to those knives?
They conducted a presumptive test on each one of the knives.
And that was there on scene, correct?
Correct.
And you are aware of what the results were?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there was no human blood found on those knives?
Correct.
Going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 469 and ask you if you know what that is.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a picture of the knives that were tested in the kitchen for the presumptive test.
These were some of the knives, correct?
Correct.
I'd ask that 469 be received and published.
Any objection?
None.
It's received.
What is this note down here, PHTH, with a negative sign?
That's a note from the crime lab stating that all those knives tested negative on the pathology test or the test that they conducted for the human blood.
Are you familiar with what a serrated knife blade is versus a non-serrated knife blade?
Yes.
Can you tell what is the difference?
The difference is in the model of the blade, so you will see the jagged edges versus the smooth edges.
So for example, the knife that I'm pointing to, would that be a serrated or non-serrated blade?
A serrated blade.
In between the search warrants that occurred on the 4th and the 5th, you testified that there were law enforcement officers that remained on scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you went back on April 6th, did it appear that the house had been broken into at all?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did it appear that anything had changed since you had been in it last?
No.
At the point when you were searching the house, specifically the living room, were you aware of photos that had been recovered from the defendant's cell phone?
No.
Nothing further.
Defense?
So you collected every knife inside of that home, correct?
The crime lab did, yes.
The crime lab did, right? But you testified that no blood were found on any of the knives, right?
Correct.
And you did test some substances, and some of the swabs were taken were positive for blood, correct?
Correct.
Including Mr. Anderson's blood, right?
I don't know the exact human blood. It just tests positive for human blood, not a certain person's blood.
But some of those substances were just animal blood, or not?
I can't say whether they were animal blood or not.
Okay. But I think you said this just now, was that they were just very small, I guess, drops or specks, right?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Detective. Thank you. State your next witness.
We'll briefly recall Detective Donner.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne, Joann, Donner, Donner.
Detective Donner, you returned to Maxwell Anderson's house on April 16th for that final search, is that right?
That's correct.
One of the reasons you went to the house was you wanted to look at the red couch, correct?
That's correct.
And I have a Defense Exhibit 816 on the screen right now. What made you interested in returning to the house to look at the couch?
By April 16th, we had gotten the phone download back from Maxwell Anderson's phone, and on the phone there were some photos that had the sofa and also that blue, it's actually a pillow.
I didn't hear your response.
The blue pillow.
Thank you.
Who was in those photos?
Sade Robinson.
Did you want to check the couch to see if there were any stains or any other evidence?
Yes.
And did you in fact locate what you believed to be some stains?
Yes, there were some areas of the red that were darker red.
Was this done with crime lab personnel present again?
It was.
Were those stains presumptively tested for the presence of human blood?
They were.
What was the results of those presumptive tests?
Negative.
Did you opt to do further DNA testing on those stains?
We did not.
And why not?
We felt it would be redundant. We knew that she was on that sofa based on the photos, so obviously her DNA would be there. It wouldn't really tell us anything different.
You see me sitting in this chair right now. You don't have to DNA test the chair to know I was sitting here, right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing else.
Defense? No. Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Andrew Sullivan.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Andrew Sullivan, AndrewSullivan.
How are you employed?
As a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
9.5 years.
Were you working in that capacity on April 4th, 2024?
Yes.
On that date, did you assist with a search warrant execution at the address of 3161 South 39th Street in the city of Milwaukee?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
Searching for evidence.
Did you also have contact with the lower tenant of that residence?
Yes.
And did you actually go inside the lower of that residence?
Yes.
Are you aware of the lower tenant's name?
Pete Warbington.
And did Pete Warbington give law enforcement permission to search his residence?
He did.
And what did you do?
We had him sign a consent to search form, and then we searched the residence. The lower unit, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
After he signed the consent to search form, we searched the residence.
So he gave you permission?
Written permission, yes.
Did you find anything of note?
No.
Nothing of evidentiary value?
No.
Was Mr. Warbington cooperative?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross.
Nothing on this topic. That's fine.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Vincent Lopez.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Vincent, Vincent, Lopez, Lopez.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
What unit are you assigned to?
I'm on the cold case of the homicide unit.
How long have you been in the homicide unit?
Approximately 5 years.
And you said you're assigned a cold case?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I primarily work on older cases. We say roughly 5 years or older. We investigate those. We follow leads on that when we develop information or get phone calls from people who want to talk to us about them. But we also help with active or newer cases.
Back in early April of 2024, did you assist with the investigation to the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes, sir.
On April 8th of 2024, did you attend a briefing in which Miss Robinson's disappearance was discussed and you were given information about the update in the investigation, if there was any?
Yes, that's when I first became involved with this investigation.
All right. Why don't you tell me how you became involved on April 8th?
I was at the briefing and I was informed of the update of what had occurred over off of 30th in Lisbon.
Objection, hearsay.
It's offered to explain what he did next.
If it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the listener, I'll allow it. You can answer the question.
I was informed that there was an arson of a vehicle on 30th in Lisbon, our Galena area. I was informed of a person of interest. I was a white male carrying a backpack based off of video. So myself and my partner at the time, Detective Thaddeus Schimmels, we were tasked with trying to locate any video in that neighborhood of 30th and Galena on April 8th and April 9th.
And in your searches for videos, I take it you weren't the only detectives over there searching, correct?
That's correct.
Were videos recovered in the area that showed a person walking away from that burned vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, did that lead you to searching the area near that person's residence?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Maxwell Anderson.
So on April 8th, you joined because you're going to start, you all were helping with the video canvas near the burned vehicle. And by April 9th, you had switched gears, correct?
Yes, we actually also the 8th, we did like a secondary search near the railroad tracks. We looked for video, we collected video. And then the 9th, we pivoted to look for video and do follow-up near 3161 South 39th Street, which is the residence of Mr. Anderson.
The video search near the railroad tracks, was that a result of Sade Robinson's body parts being found in the playground off 31st and Galena?
Objection leading.
It is leading.
Why did you search the area of the railroad tracks for video?
So when I was briefed on the 8th, I was informed that body parts were found over the weekend near the railroad tracks of 30th and Galena and Walnut.
Okay. And by April 9th, then what happened? What did you do?
Myself and Detective Schimmels went to the area of 3161 South 39th Street. Video was already begun collection in that neighborhood, but we were doing further follow-up to find more video, to locate any residences that did not provide video yet. While we were in that neighborhood, we decided to do we call it a search of the neighborhood in some yards and garbage carts and recycling carts.
Did you specifically search garbage and recycling carts in the 3100 block of South 39th Street?
Yeah, so we started West Oklahoma Avenue. We decided to kind of do a grid search of all the garbage carts. We went, started on Oklahoma, I think there's about 5 or 6 houses there between 39th and 40th. Started opening carts. After starting that, we realized that all these carts were empty or there was very little garbage. So right away, our mind was like, well, garbage just got picked up either today or Monday morning.
And this was on, I'm sorry, continue.
This was on Tuesday afternoon on the 9th. Regardless, we continued the search of garbage carts and recycling carts down the alley to the south going to Euclid. And there's at least a dozen residences between Oklahoma and Euclid, which includes 3161 South 39th. I was on the east end of the alley. Detective Schimmels was on the west end of the alley. Just kept going through. My mind, I was just trying to hope that we found like the large backpack that I saw on video or something that just stuck out. Kept going. And I recall that day, that afternoon, we got toward the end, closer to Euclid. So it was a few houses past the defendant's address. I remember opening one of the garbage carts and seeing an article of clothing at the bottom, but it didn't hit me at that point, and I just closed it and kept searching garbage carts. My mind was that everything got picked up by the DPW, and any evidence that would have been in carts would have been lost.
All right, I have on the screen right now, I think this is marked as Exhibit 443 already and entered. It was moved in last week. We're looking at Oklahoma Avenue where my mouse is on this map, and then below that is Euclid, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so then this street where my mouse is would be what street?
41st.
All right, this street?
South 39th Street.
All right, and then this right here where my mouse is what?
That would be the alley. It was a T alley. You can see where you're pointing right now with the cursor. That was the Oklahoma Avenue addresses that we searched first, and then we walked south to Euclid.
And where would the defendant's residence be around on this map if you want to get up and just point?
It'd be a little bit further south of mid-block, so I would say right around here, 3161.
So you and Detective Schimmels are just going up and down this alley lifting the tops of the garbage carts and really not seemingly finding that there was anything in any of them?
Correct, yeah, they are all empty.
After you wrapped up for the day on April 9th, tell us what happened next.
Well, we went about continuing the investigation the 10th and 11th, continued follow-up, reviewing video that was collected, looking for more video on the north side. And then I attended a briefing on April 11th in the evening. And that's when I was alerted to somebody had put a collage of 5 still photographs of the defendant on a bus, getting off a bus off 35th and Lakefield. And I saw that at the briefing in the evening, and they were really clear photos of the hooded sweatshirt that Mr. Anderson was wearing. So then at that point, it just went through my mind that I should probably follow up on that garbage cart where I saw article of clothing.
I've got 458, which has already been admitted on the screen now. Is this the photos that you were talking about that you saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did it hit you after you saw that on the briefing? What day was that briefing?
The evening of April 11th.
At that briefing, it kind of hit you that you might have seen something?
Yeah, it hit me that it clicked that might be related to this case, what I saw in that cart, but I was still doubtful because the DPW went through that alley and picked up all the garbage on that whole block.
What date would DPW have gone through that block?
It was Monday, April 8th.
Do you know in your experience if DPW will pick up the carts that are empty?
It depends from what I understand.
I'm going to object on hearsay at this point.
I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand due to timeliness. Next question.
So did you go back to that location?
Yes, on Friday morning, April 12th at approximately 9:20 a.m., I wanted to clear my mind of seeing what I saw in that cart. So I went back to that location and I went through the carts again, and I came across a gray hooded sweatshirt at the bottom, and I saw a seam on it. Before I touched it all, I saw a seam on the back of the hood, which I could see on that still photo you just had up.
Okay. Did you collect that item?
Yes, I called Detective Schimmels, who met me at that location. We took photographs and collected it.
Was there anything else in that garbage cart?
No, just a few items stuck to the bottom, but nothing loose.
Was this one of those items that was stuck to the bottom?
The sweatshirt was not stuck to the bottom. It was just laying at the bottom by itself.
Nothing on top of it?
Correct.
I'm going to show you. Let me give you these gloves. Showing you it's marked Exhibit 480. I'm just going to ask you to take a look at it and tell me if you know what it is.
This says, it's under Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office number 24-062269. Description, gray zip-up hooded sweatshirt recovered in garbage can behind 3169 South 39th Street.
Can you open that up?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Once you get it open, just take a look inside and tell me if you know what's inside the bag.
There is another bag, a brown paper bag with my handwriting on it, and I can see the gray hooded sweatshirt in that bag.
Okay. I'd move 480 in.
Any objection?
No.
480 is received.
Can you pull it out of the bag and show the jury, please?
Yes, sir. Then inside is just another bag that's pulled up. So that's my handwriting, and this is the
All right. Now the front of it, are there pockets on the front chest area?
Yeah, there's an upper left chest, upper right chest, and then there's a lower left for like just putting your hand in there, and a lower right for same side pocket here.
466 is on the screen here. Are you able to see the two chest pockets here?
Yes, sir.
Do they appear to be the exact same pockets as on that jacket?
Yes, sir.
And then one of his hands is in the lower pockets, right?
Yes.
And then it looks like there's an item in the, what would be his lower right pocket.
Yes.
And on the left sleeve of that, some kind of item.
Yeah, it's a black patch. It says deluxe, so there's a little design on there.
Is it kind of the shape of a shield?
Yes. Oh, it's a fox. It's deluxe with a little face of a fox.
I'm going to show you 478 and 479.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just hold these up for you.
Yes.
What are 478 and 479?
There's still photographs of the defendant on the bus.
Move 478, 479 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
478 and 479 are received. Go right ahead.
479 first. Are you able to see that same emblem on the left shoulder?
Yes, same shape, same size.
And 478, can you see it again?
Yes, it's more turned toward his bicep, but I can still see it.
All right, you can put that in the bags. I'm going to show you exhibits 389 through 402. Take a look at those and tell me if you know what they are.
Yes, I'm aware.
Are those all photographs from the date of the recovery of this sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to move each of those exhibits in and ask to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
Could I have the numbers one more time, please?
389 through 402.
Thank you. They're received. Go right ahead.
Starting with 389, Detective. What is that?
That's a photograph of the front of 3169 South 39th Street, which was the residence where the garbage carts were for.
And I'm going to put up 391 here. What's that?
This is a view of 3169 to the left, and then it's pointing to the north, so that would show two houses down as 3161 South 39th Street.
I don't think there's a 390, just for the record. So the numbers were correct on the exhibit numbers, except 390. There is none in this stack.
So 389 to 402, excluding 390.
Yes, I
Got
believe
it.
so, and if that's wrong, I will correct us. All right, so you found the sweatshirt behind this house,
Yes, sir.
and two houses over, that would be 3161?
Objection leading. It's fine.
Okay.
It was leading. I'll sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
What house is this?
3161 South 39th.
392 is on the screen now. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the back of 3161 South 39th.
The defendant's residence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to orient us, 393. Now where are we looking?
We're looking to the south in the direction of where the carts were that I located the sweatshirt.
Right up here that my pen is pointing to, what is that?
That's going to be 3169 South 39th Street.
What's the object I'm pointing to?
A basketball hoop.
394.
That's just a close-up of getting closer to 3169 South 39th Street.
All right, I'm going to skip 395 because it's a repeat. 396 is on the screen right now. What are we looking at?
That's a photograph of the garbage cart and the recycling cart behind 3169.
Is that, which one of those is the one you looked in?
The left one. The
Green?
The green.
Okay. 397.
This is a photograph with the lid open, showing the sweatshirt at the bottom.
398.
And that's a close-up with the camera halfway down there, down the cart, showing the sweatshirt.
No other bags of garbage were in there?
There was none.
Anything else in that garbage cart besides the stuff stuck to the bottom?
No, that was it.
Was it light? The garbage cart, when you grabbed it yourself, did it feel like anything was in there?
No, it did not.
399.
This was me recovering the sweatshirt, and Detective Schimmel's taking a photograph of showing it, the whole front of it.
Now, and obviously you'd pulled it out of the cart by now, but if you had just done a cursory lift of that garbage cart, would you have even seen that jacket?
Objection calls for speculation.
No, I'll allow that. He can answer that if he's able to.
If you're going to lift it without looking, no, you wouldn't know. It'd just feel the weight of the actual cart itself.
Did you look inside the pockets of that hoodie or jacket or whatever you want to call it?
When I recovered it, I could feel objects in the pockets. I did not take them out until we got down to our building with the sweatshirt. But as I was putting the sweatshirt into this brown bag, a book of pocket matches came out of the upper left chest pocket.
400? What are we looking at?
We are now downtown in our evidence room. We have the sweatshirt laid out, taking an overall photograph of it, somewhat zipped up. And them are the matches that came out of the upper left pocket.
401, what's that?
This is a Bic lighter. There was a little smudge toward the bottom of it. This was recovered in the lower right pocket of the sweatshirt.
And 402, finally, what is that?
This is all the items out of the pocket. The blue and black Swiss Army knife, very small blade. That was in the lower left pocket of the sweatshirt. And then the other two matchbooks and that small keychain lighter, which the light did work, those were all found in the upper left pocket with that box of matches that fell out.
Okay, so just help me understand, is one of these box of matches in this photograph one of the ones that originally fell out?
Yeah, it's going to be the bottom one.
So this is the one I'm pointing to, that's the one that fell out when you were originally starting to go through it?
Yes.
And then in addition to that, you found how many more boxes of matches?
The two on top, so 3 total.
And then what is this gray item here?
It's a keychain, just a flat light. I might have said lighter, but it's a light.
Okay.
And just one of those little push button lights, put it on and it gives you a little bit of light, and it worked.
It's not a flame?
Correct, not a flame.
This item here, what is this?
That's a Swiss Army knife. It's got the tools like a corkscrew and a little bit of a file on it and a little blade.
Were there matches within these matchbooks?
Yes.
And the last item is, I have 401, that's the lighter?
Yes, that was by itself in the lower right pocket.
Were there any other items found in the pockets of that jacket or hoodie?
No.
What was the condition of the hoodie?
It was wet throughout, dirty. Just there's some dirt on it, some stains on it, but it was wet.
Do you recall the weather around that time, early April, what it was like?
It did rain earlier in the week.
Okay. Showing you exhibits 481 through 486. What are those items?
These are the items that we just went over on the photograph that I collected out of the pockets. This is my handwriting. It's a Swiss knife, a lighter, the small little keychain light, and then the 3 boxes of matches.
Move 481 through 486 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
And did you make contact with the resident of, was it 3169?
Yes, that's correct. I did.
Do you know her name?
I think it was LaShonda Harvey.
Prior to going out there to do that search of that alley, had you learned from other investigators whether or not the hooded jacket had been recovered?
I learned on that night of the 11th, it was brought up about the jacket or backpack, or the sweatshirt or backpack, and then I learned that neither was recovered during the search warrant or during any type of searches.
And in your searches of the alley, we'll strike that. That's what made you go back out there, right?
Yes.
And in those searches, did you ever recover the camouflage backpack?
No, sir.
Nothing else?
Cross?
Thank you. You played a number of roles in this case beyond just looking in trash cans, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Including going to 27th and Lisbon to look for witnesses. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I did.
And actually, you did that on April 8th, didn't you?
Yes.
You and Mr. Schimmels, you just talked earlier about Thaddeus Schimmels. You and Detective Schimmels drove up and down Lisbon Avenue.
That's correct.
Because you're familiar with the timeline in this case, I'm sure, right?
Yes, sir.
That we have April 2nd, that there's a vehicle that is on fire and the days of what happened afterwards, right?
Yes, I learned all that on the 8th, correct.
Including that Mr. Anderson was arrested on April 4th, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we know that for sure, arrested on April 4th.
Yes, sir.
And obviously the arson happening a couple of days before that.
That's correct.
But the reason why on April 8th you went down Lisbon Avenue is because you did that briefing on that day, and it was decided that you would go out looking for these women who are seen on video pointing in the direction of the car, right?
Yes, I saw that video, and the couple females on that video we were trying to locate and identify.
And the reason why you wanted to do that was because you could see at least one of the women having some sort of a reaction. And as of April 8th, no law enforcement had spoken with her by that point.
That's correct.
So for days, almost a week, 6 days after the car has gone up in flames, neither of those women has ever spoken with law enforcement as far as you knew.
That's true.
And since it had been 6 days or so and this woman hadn't made any statements, you thought maybe if we drive down Lisbon Avenue, we might find her.
That's correct.
And that's what you did.
Yes.
And you showed a photo array.
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
I didn't ask anything about what
No, I'm going to overrule that objection as to that question. You can answer that question.
Yes, I showed a photo array.
And a photo array is what?
It's a procedure that we use to show witnesses or victims of potential suspects. It's the target is going to be the suspect and then 5 fillers. So the person goes folder by folder to try to identify the suspect.
And the person who you administered that photo array to is a woman named Laura Dyer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You concluded that Laura Dyer was one of the two women who had been near the scene of that car going up in flames.
I'm going to object. The answer to that question requires hearsay.
Any response?
I'm not going to ask about anything she said specifically, but it's to show why he showed it's to show the effect on him, why he showed a photo array to these individuals.
So if you're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, you're offering it for the effect on the listener, the information that that was garnered. I will allow you to answer that question.
Can you repeat it?
One of the women, who was the woman that you showed the photo array to?
Laura Dyer.
Very good. Now, that happened on April 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Did the photo array?
Yes.
You talked to her?
Yes.
And just to be clear, as far as you know, that's the only time she spoke with law enforcement?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, moving forward, and then on that day, there were other things you did too, looking for more videos and things like that nearby.
That's correct.
You would agree that the amount of videos that you've reviewed is rather extensive, right?
Yes.
I won't go through all of them with you here on the stand, but in general, you're also aware of the fact that there is video surveillance. When we were looking at remember we had the map up of the alley and the trash can area? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
You're even aware that there was video surveillance of the home across the street from Mr. Anderson's house, right?
Yes.
Okay, that there's a video camera that may not be the best quality, but allows one to look into essentially down the pathway leading to the alley, right?
Yes, sir.
And you canvassed that whole area, including the alley area, for videos as well, right?
Yes, I know there's initial video canvas done by other shifts, and then we piggybacked off of them to try to get addresses that they had no answers.
Okay. Who do you see on video putting that sweatshirt into the trash can?
Any video I've seen, I did not see anybody. You cannot see a person put anything in that trash can. The trash can's off camera view.
So to be clear, there is no video of Max Anderson putting that sweatshirt in a trash can.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a video of Max Anderson, for example, wearing that sweatshirt, walking just off camera by a trash can, and then coming back on camera with no sweatshirt on?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, we know he had it on the bus because we saw the photo and the video, right?
Yes, sir.
And then beyond that, what can you say about the sweatshirt? You found it April 12th.
Yes, sir.
11 days, 10 days later.
That's correct.
During which time there had been at least 2 trash pickups, according to your testimony. Right? April 8th, you said there had been a trash pickup.
There would have just been on that. He returned on the 2nd later. So, yeah, it would have been just on the 8th.
There would have been one on April 8th, and you didn't recover that until 4 days after the trash DPW. When you said DPW before, you meant the trash department.
Yeah, Department of Public Works, they oversee the garbage collection.
Okay. And April 8th, they would have gone through the alley and picked up the trash.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And we know by April 8th, Mr. Anderson's been arrested, right?
That's correct.
And then somehow 4 days later, this sweatshirt is found.
That's correct.
And it's your testimony that you actually went there on April 9th, right?
After the afternoon of April 9th, we were over there checking for video, and we did that also.
One of the things you did was go up and down the lot and physically jiggle the can, look in the cans and or jiggle them, right?
Yes.
With respect to the specific can 3169, can you say that on April 9th you looked in that trash can, or is that just one of the ones you jiggled?
I looked in it, and I saw an object down there, and I just remember that in my memory.
So if trash came on April 8th, Then the next day is when you would have believed you saw that same sweatshirt.
I did see it, yes.
You believe it's the same one as you testify?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what would be important is obviously take that sweatshirt, test it for a DNA and other such things, right?
Yes, I packaged it, and that was the plan.
And to see if there's any hair follicles in it, for example.
Yes.
Or blood would be important to look for as well.
Very true.
And you did all of that, you packaged it and had it processed for all of that testing, right?
No, I packaged it all, and then some of the items I took to our forensics unit to be swabbed for DNA. All the items like the Swiss Army knife, the matches, the lighter, the keychain light. And then I physically met Detective Kayla and gave her the property.
Right. And when you keep saying lighter, what you mean is actually the flashlight thing.
Well, there was the Bic lighter, and then there was the little keychain flashlight.
Okay. You're aware, you've seen video of Mr. Anderson smoking, right? Or no?
No.
Okay, you're not aware if he's a smoker or not a smoker?
I have no idea.
You would agree that smokers often carry Bic lighters with them?
Yes.
Or matches?
Correct.
All right. Now, you did say that you spoke with the homeowner about her trash behind her house. You did interview that person, right?
Yes, sir.
And your partner is Detective, who requested fingerprints from the matchbook and the lighter and the knife? That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, I took those items to forensics for processing of DNA or fingerprints, depending on the material.
What were the results?
Fingerprints, nothing. DNA that was swabbed, and I gave those DNA swabs to the sheriff's department.
What do you mean nothing for fingerprints? Meaning there were none?
Correct.
Not that they were and they didn't match?
That's correct.
And obviously, you're going to agree with me that things can be missed, right?
Yes, sir.
An example being, you look in a trash can, you see something, it doesn't register that it was important at that time and it gets missed, right?
Yes, sir.
Same thing can be true just for any officer can miss something, right?
Yes, it can happen.
And in this case, all the testing that's done is crime lab stuff for DNA and things like that, right?
Yes.
What about testing a sweatshirt, for example, for flammable liquid? Would that be something important to do?
Yes, that would all be, the whole sweatshirt would be sent to the crime lab for processing of what they deem necessary.
Okay. Now, since you're familiar a little bit with the timeline in this case, you are aware that there were multiple searches on Mr. Anderson's home, right?
I was aware a search warrant was executed there. I don't know the details, and I don't know how many times.
Okay, so you're not familiar with how many times law enforcement went into the home?
That's correct. I have no idea.
Do you have any idea? Well, let me ask this question. April 9th, okay? Let me take you back to April 9th. You've had the briefing on April 8th. You're going through the alley. You're looking in bins, right?
Yes.
On that day, and obviously on that day, you know which home is Mr. Anderson's home, right? It's been communicated and you've been there.
Yes.
On that, first of all, this sweatshirt was not found in Mr. Anderson's trash can, right?
That's correct.
Nor is it in a burn pit in his backyard or anything like that, right?
It was not.
When you went down the alley on April 9th,
That's correct.
Mr. Anderson's home was not surrounded by law enforcement at that time.
It was not.
It wasn't being actively processed as a search scene, right?
That's correct.
In fact, the only law enforcement there were you and Thaddeus Schimmels.
Yes.
And that was what time of day that you were going through the alley on April 9th?
It was the afternoon.
Okay. So then the morning, you didn't as a detective instruct a deputy to keep eyes on this alley at all times, did you?
No, I did not.
Well, when you try to piece things together with video surveillance, because there is some video surveillance in that alley, isn't there?
Yes.
So when you try to piece things together with video surveillance, are you able to piece together a time frame in which Mr. Anderson supposedly can you even say that Mr. Anderson put that in the trash can?
No, I cannot.
Okay. That's all.
State?
Did you attempt to figure out the timeline of when that would have gotten into that trash can?
We tried.
Did you do that by talking to the woman who lives there?
Yes.
What'd you learn?
I found out that she was in and out on vacation and used very little trash, which is why it was no garbage in there, and there was no article of clothing that she put in that garbage cart.
And did you follow up with DPW to try to figure out if they had in fact picked up that specific can?
Yes.
What'd you learn?
We learned that
I'm going to object on hearsay grounds to what DPW said.
I think he opened the door for this.
It's still hearsay.
Any other response?
No. He opened the door to it.
I still need a hearsay exception or reasoning underlying.
I'll ask a different question.
Go ahead.
You talked to the DPW workers about whether or not they picked up the can that day, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree there is no video camera that captures that can?
There is not.
And so are you even aware of whether that can was actually put into a DPW truck?
I don't know.
Do you know whether their typical practice is to empty every can?
Again, that calls for hearsay.
No, I think that could be based on his own experience and knowledge, and I think if it's his opinion as to it, he can answer that.
They are supposed to dump every garbage cart.
Do they always do that?
No.
Nothing else?
Pence?
Yes, on the homeowner, she didn't say she put out no trash, right?
She said she had very little trash during this time frame because she was on vacation a few times.
Right. During portions of time she was on vacation, but she still had some trash, just less than normal.
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Nothing more.
Thank you, Detective Lopez.
You're welcome.
Okay.
State your next witness.
Janelle Vitt-Latchell.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Janelle, Janel, Vitlachel, Vytlacil.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic investigator with the City of Milwaukee, Milwaukee Police Department.
What does a forensic investigator do?
Forensic investigator works within the forensics unit. The forensics unit is a unit that assists patrol and the Criminal Investigation Bureau with processing, documenting, and collecting forensic evidence from scenes and evidence for crimes.
How long have you worked as a forensic investigator?
Going on 8 years, but I've been with the department going on 20.
As a role of a forensic investigator, do you swab items for DNA?
Yes.
Can you just briefly discuss or tell the jury what that process entails?
So if I'm giving a piece of evidence or there's a surface area that needs to be swabbed for DNA, first I will photograph the area or the object of whatever I'm going to be swabbing. So the swabbing process, first I'll put gloves on and then we'll have 2 cotton swabs. One of them is moistened with distilled water and one of them is dry. So we'll take that moistened one and we'll swab the surface with that one and then we'll follow it up with the dry swab. So these 2 swabs are then put into a glycine envelope, which is a wax paper type envelope, and then sealed into another envelope that has the case information on it.
Did you receive a series of items to swab from that were recovered from a hoodie, namely matches and a lighter?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you work in-house, right?
Yes, I work within our forensics lab.
There are some forensic investigators who will go out to the scene and process items at the scene, right?
Correct.
You're the type of forensic investigator who the evidence is brought back to you and you're swabbing those things, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibits 470 through 477. What are those?
These are my DNA swabs.
And what did you take those DNA swabs from?
So there's 8 total DNA swabs. They were collected from a Swiss Army knife, a Bic lighter. There was a small pocket keychain light, and then 3 boxes of matches.
401 is on the screen now. That's the big lighter.
Yes.
And 402, the matches, and what other objects?
So this is not my photo because I did not have the sweatshirt, but yes, those are the 3 boxes of matches along with the knife.
I would move 470 through 477 in.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
And then the purpose of you doing that is because eventually those swabs would then be sent down to the state crime lab, right?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. You're not the one doing any DNA testing on those. That's done by somebody else.
I do not analyze the swabs, no.
I have no other questions.
Cross.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, how are you all doing right now? Anybody need a break? Oh, we need a break at this point. Okay, we'll take a quick afternoon break and then we'll come back and continue. Okay, thank you. We'll take a break. Please. Okay. State, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, the state would call Detective Rachel Smith.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, seat, and spell your name for the record.
Rachel, R-A-C-H-E-L, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Are you a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department?
I am, yes.
What unit are you assigned to?
I'm assigned to the Homicide Division.
Through your employment as a detective assigned to the Homicide Division, did you assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
I did, yes.
Was one role of your investigation to look for surveillance video in the neighborhood surrounding Maxwell Anderson's home?
Yes, that was one of my assignments, yes.
Were you aware that his home was 3161 South 39th Street?
Yes.
That neighborhood in general is predominantly just residences, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the street to the north of the residence would be?
To the north is going to be Oklahoma.
And to the south?
It's going to be Euclid Avenue.
Is that location on the map here?
It is, yes.
All right. I've got my cursor. Here's 40th Street. You see where my cursor is?
Yes.
All right. And if I zoom in a little, we're talking about this block here, correct?
That is correct, yes.
This T is the alley that is in that 3100 block of South 39th Street?
That is correct, yes.
Did you also review bus video from a Milwaukee County Transit bus that travels on South 35th Street?
I did, yes.
What was the relevance of that video to you?
That bus, I was made aware that the defendant had traveled on that bus from 35th and Lisbon south all the way up to the area of 35th Street and Lakefield.
Can you, using the microphone that is next to you, which I believe you're going to have to turn on, can you get up and tell us from your review of that Milwaukee County Transit video where the defendant exited the bus?
Sure. So the bus traveled southbound on 35th Street here. He exited the bus right about here, just south of Lakefield, which is this street here. And then he traveled west on Lakefield, and then it would be south on 38th Street, and then continued west on Euclid until arriving in this area of his residence.
All right. So Lakefield here is this angled street on the right side of the screen, but this going across 35th Street would be the most logical route to take from where he got off the bus to get to his residence.
That is correct. That is what we believe.
So what area, did you search the area of the alley behind the defendant's home for video that might show him arriving back?
Yes, we did.
And could you point out on this map approximately where you found video?
Sure. So the residence is going to be 3174. It's right here, and it is a camera in the rear alley facing towards the address of 3161 South 39th.
Does it angle towards either of the north or south streets?
Yes, it angles. The camera is on 3174, and it points in a southeast direction towards. It's going to capture like the alley, and it captures Euclid, and then it just captures South 39th Street in the background.
The corner?
Correct.
Okay. The T part not depicted, right?
Correct.
Did you also become aware when you were reviewing the footage from that camera of an approximate time that Sade Robinson's car arrived in that location?
Yes.
This would have been obviously hours before the bus.
That is correct, yes.
All right. Where was that? What did you see?
So on that camera, from the front, we observe 39th Street is here. We observe the vehicle arrive at approximately 9:20 in the evening, traveling northbound on 39th Street.
And then how about that alley video? Do you see the car on that video at any point in time?
Yes, we see that car leaving the residence at approximately 12:47 p.m. on the 2nd.
PM?
I'm sorry, a.m. on the 2nd.
All right.
I apologize.
I've got Exhibit 206 in my computer here.
Is it a disc?
It is a disc.
Thank you.
Marked as Exhibit 206.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring up the first clip, these are titled for purposes of court presentation. I'm going to call this, well, let's actually go off the timestamp. So what are we looking at here, Detective? Can you just explain everything for us?
Sure. So this is kind of how I described. So the camera is on the residence here, and it is pointing in a southeast direction. This is going to be the alley here. This is Euclid Avenue here, and then this is South 39th Street in the background. So what we are observing is just the vehicle is going to be traveling in the alley here.
And tell us about the date and the time, because I don't think it's readily visible on the screen here.
Yes, so this is a cloud-based camera system, and it does not depict a date and time on there. However, if you look at the file name, the date and the timestamp, is the starting time of the video is depicted in that.
What time does this video start?
So it starts at 12:47 and 21 seconds.
AM?
AM, yes.
On what date?
On the 2nd, and it's the clip is approximately 31 seconds long.
And that's that's consistent with how all the files that you originally obtained were titled?
That is correct, yes.
All right. I'm going to move Exhibit 206 into evidence.
Bless you. Any objection?
No.
206 is received.
I'm going to play this 31-second clip, and you said it starts at 12:47 and 21 seconds?
That is correct, yes.
What do we see?
We're seeing a vehicle traveling from the north, south, in the alley, and then at the end of the alley, the vehicle is going to turn and travel west onto Euclid.
All right, and I'm going to back it up to the beginning. Are there any distinctive features on the vehicle which lead you to believe this is Sade's vehicle?
Yes, we were made, or I was shown pictures of the vehicle, and the most distinct thing in this photo is you do observe the distinct taillights.
C-shaped?
Correct.
I'm going to zoom in slightly. Can you point out what you're talking about?
Yes. So right here you can see it, and I believe when the vehicle gets closer to the end of the alley, you can see it a little bit better.
All right, I'm going to go frame by frame.
Like right there, before the brake lights illuminate.
All right. And then the vehicle turns which way on Euclid?
It turns westbound on Euclid, and you can't see it actually, but you can see the lights through the fence line there.
The next thoroughfare, I'm pulling it back up 443 here. If you exited that alley to the south here, and you made that westbound turn on Euclid, what would be the next main thoroughfare that you would reach?
South 43rd Street.
All right, and South 43rd Street, if you go far enough north, that becomes Miller Parkway?
It does, yes.
Did you watch this same camera or obtain footage of the subject from the bus arriving back?
I did, yes.
Going to pull up another clip on Exhibit 206. And can you tell us what date and time we're looking at for this clip?
Sure. On this one, it's going to be April 2nd, 2024, and this clip starts at 8:42 and 8 seconds a.m.
On what date? Sorry.
On April 2nd.
Okay. I have it paused at 25 seconds. Are you able to see the clothing that the subject is wearing?
Yes.
All right, what kind of clothing?
The clothing is consistent with the subject that we saw exit the bus. It's a dark colored hooded sweatshirt or jacket, dark pants, dark shoes with a white sole, and then a tan backpack.
Hood up?
Correct.
I'm going to disengage the Zoom and play it again from the beginning. While that's playing, are you aware of what time that subject gets off the county transit bus? Let me restart the clip.
I was going to say, I think it froze there.
Are you aware of what time that subject exits the county transit bus?
Yes, at approximately 8:35 a.m.
Are you aware of how long it would take to exit the bus and walk to the point where that person is picked up on camera?
I believe we did a Google Maps type thing where it's approximately 0.3 miles and walking distance estimated approximately 7 minutes.
So the clip of that person walking in the alley, that was about 8 hours after the car had left the alley and turned onto Euclid.
That is correct, yes.
I'm going to now bring up Exhibit 205. Did you go to the address of 3166 South 39th Street to obtain video, any video of relevance?
I did, yes.
What is 3166 South 39th Street?
So it's a private residence that is across the street from the target address. I observed that it had cameras on the exterior of the residence that could potentially have video.
And that would be, can you orient us again just off of this map?
Yep. So this is South 39th Street here. So it's going to be approximately right here, and it is on the east side of the street with the camera. There were several cameras on the residence that pointed in a west direction.
Did you meet with that resident owner?
I did, yes.
What was her name?
Lydia Flores.
Did she allow you access to her video system?
She did, yes.
Was she well versed in how the system worked?
She was not.
Okay, so instead of accessing it for you, she just let you look at it yourself?
That is correct. She indicated that she wasn't very familiar.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not
Any response?
It's not hearsay to ask if she was allowed to look at the video system herself.
True, but she was just about to say what Ms. Flores said.
Okay,
if you're going to
fine.
answer it without saying what Ms. Flores said, answer it.
Can you just repeat the question?
Were you allowed to look at the video system yourself and recover video yourself?
I was, yes.
Did you check and see if the video system was in working order?
It was in working order, but I did observe that the timestamp was approximately 1 hour slow.
From real time?
That is correct.
And did you observe this to be a continuous recording stream?
So at the time of the downloading of it, the video system was set up as continuous recording. However, once we did download the zip files and get it back to to our police building, when I was reviewing the files, it is not a continuous recording. There are gaps within the video. Not really. It's set up to be continuous, but there were definitely gaps in the video.
What time frame did you obtain video from?
We obtained video from 9 p.m. on April 1st until 11 a.m. on April 2nd.
Why that time frame?
That was the time frame that we had been made aware of other events in the investigation. I believe it was phone records and other things like that we knew that was kind of the relevant time frame that we were looking at.
Were there multiple video cameras depicting areas that were really not of interest to your investigation?
There were, yes.
And describe that, please.
So there were several cameras, and I observed that only 2 of the cameras on the system would capture anything relevant. Several of the cameras were depicting the backyard, the driveway, in a direction that didn't face towards the target residence.
So what we're going to be talking about today, do you remember what cameras those are?
The ones that were working?
Yes.
Yes, Channel 4 and Channel 5.
Channel 4, I'm going to pull up a video clip here on Exhibit 205. It's a flash drive. And what are we looking at here? It says Channel 4 up in the corner.
Yep, so this is Channel 4, and this camera was placed in the south, that would be the southwest corner of the residence, and it was facing in a northwest direction.
And is the defendant's residence on this camera or not?
It is not.
Okay, where would it be approximately?
It would be approximately right where the Channel 4 is, kind of right here.
What are we going to see on this camera?
On this camera, we are going to see the victim's vehicle arrive.
What does it do? Stop in front or do what?
As it's traveling past, the brake lights do illuminate as it's slowing down, but then it does continue past the residence north.
And date and time?
So as I indicated, so this is April 1st, 4/1 of 2024. The timestamp on here says 8:20 and 11 seconds p.m., and that is 1 hour slow, so this is actually 9:20 and 11 seconds.
All the cameras were an hour slow, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so I'm going to start by playing this clip, but when we go to future clips and we're going through these, I'm going to ask you just to say what the real time would be, not based on what's written on the video. Does that sound good?
That's fair, yes.
All right, 9:20 p.m. camera 4. I'm going to play this clip. What do you see?
So you observe the victim's vehicle, and as I indicated, the taillights or the brake lights do illuminate. They come off, and then the vehicle continues traveling north on 39th Street.
And it travels in the direction of what?
Where that T alley that we pointed out on the map is.
I paused it at what would be real time, 9:20 and 57 seconds. I'm going to move on, detective, to camera 5. So based on that, you had seen the victim's vehicle arrive around 9:20, correct?
That is correct.
And then if we look back at Exhibit 206, which I'm not going to pull up here, but what time did the car leave?
The car leaves at 12:47 a.m.
And what time in the other camera, Exhibit 206, did the subject from the bus come walking into the back alley?
At 8:42 a.m.
All right. What are we looking at here?
So this is so the camera is mounted in the eastern corner, the northeastern corner of the residence, and it is pointing in a western direction. And we are this right here is going to be the defendant's residence.
You have watched many hours of video footage from this camera, correct?
I have, yes.
How many hours would you estimate you've spent combing through the video footage recovered from this residence?
Upwards of 100.
Okay. We're going to look at a lot of clips that are going to require us to look at minute details. Is that fair to say?
It is, yes.
Can you describe for the jury what we're going to be focusing on as we go through these clips and why it might be important for us to start with a daytime video?
Sure. So this is in the nighttime video. It's raining and it's dark and there's a lot of shadows and it is from a distance, so it is difficult to see. But in this daytime video, you can see that this is the defendant's residence, and you have which is an upper-lower duplex. The defendant occupies. We knew that the defendant occupied the upper of this residence. This is the front bay window or picture window, if you will, where we do see movement in there. And then over here to the left of the screen, which is going to be the south side of the residence. You're seeing a fenced area, and then you see this overhang here. The entry door that is the only door that leads to the defendant's unit is here. There is a second back gate there that leads to that alley that we saw before.
Are we going to be spending some time looking at that back gate?
We are, yes.
Okay. I am going to play the clip I have queued up. What is the date and time in real time?
Sure, it's going to be April 2nd, 2024 at 8:42 and 56 seconds a.m.
And where would this pick up in relation to the clip we watched from the alley of the person from the bus walking up the alley?
So where they're walking up, that person is continuing north and in the direction of where this camera is.
What are we going to see?
We're going to see that same person that we see in the alley, and they're going to come through this gate here. You're going to see the gate open. You're going to see the subject consistent with that same person that we saw in the alley.
Playing this clip from 8:42:56 a.m. real time. Is that the gate opening?
It is.
What do you see?
And you see the person enter wearing the black or dark hooded sweatshirt with the hood up, and then you can see the person is wearing that tan backpack.
All right, I'm going to back it up to the beginning, playing it again. Is he in the backyard still?
Yes.
I'm going to go to the next clip. Where does this one pick up?
So it picks up where the last one left off, and that person still is in the backyard, and then I believe they enter the residence here.
Judge, at this point, I'd like to ask if the court can ask the jury if they're all able to see this clearly, and if we need to dim the lights, because we're going to be going to the nighttime view of this as well.
Dim the lights. We can definitely dim the lights. Is everybody in a position to see? Or does anybody on the end want to come up into the front seat, in the very front row, or are you all good? They all sound good. Okay.
All right. So this clip picks up at what time, real time?
8:43 and 38 seconds in the AM.
And do you see that subject anywhere?
Yes, so you see that you first saw the door swing open and then the subject entered the door.
And this one picks up at the end of the last clip, correct?
Yes.
So based on these videos, Detective, when can you conclude the person who got off the bus arrived back at Mr. Anderson's residence?
At 8:42 a.m.
You've seen the bus video, right?
I have, yes.
Do you know who's on the bus?
Yes.
Who?
Maxwell Anderson.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 487 as that clip plays out. Is that just a still frame from that video?
It is, yes.
And if you could, just write on it the correct time at the top. I moved 487 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Thank you. I can take the pen. So the arrival back to the residence, 8:43:05 a.m. would be this timestamp.
That is correct.
And right in here, hard to see, that's the subject with the backpack.
That is correct.
I'm going to play this clip again. During the daytime portions of this video, are you able to actually see the door opening and closing?
In this, yes.
Okay. When we go to the nighttime, and I'm talking about this side door here.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You see it there?
Yes.
When we look at this in the nighttime, are you going to be able to see that door opening and closing?
No.
Are there times where there's a light?
Yes.
Okay. But if there's no light, you're not able to see it opening and closing?
That is correct.
How about this back gate?
Yes, you'll be able to see that opening and closing.
I'm going to, so I've got if you see in the lower right here, there were 527 clips from Channel 5 that you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And that was what time frame again?
That was from 9 p.m. on April 1st, 2024 until 11 a.m. on April 2nd, 2024.
All right, we're going to go back to the night before. April 1st, what time?
At 9:20:08.
And what do you know from the other camera happens here?
The victim's vehicle drives past the front.
Right there?
Yes.
Minutes later, what do you see near the gate?
You'll see a motion light illuminate in the back alley there, and then you will see the gate open.
All right, so now we're in the nighttime, so it's much harder to see. So why don't you point out for us where we want to be looking here?
So this is going to be that gate area, and then this is the front window area.
And there's a window up here where I'm circling that you can't see right now because it's off.
Correct, right now.
Does that eventually turn on?
Yes, it does.
And what time are we at here?
We're at 9:23 and 29 seconds.
Playing that clip. Tell me if you see any movement.
That's where we see the motion light activate.
This light right here?
Correct. And then the gate just opened, and then you see human figures moving into the gate.
Okay, I'll back it up a few seconds. Tell me when the motion light goes on.
Right there. You see the light illuminate there. And then you see the gate swing open, and you see human movement into the gate.
What kind of movement?
Human. Or you see silhouettes, I guess.
Okay. And as I move this clip ahead, the gate has closed.
Yes.
Are you able to see whether those people go to the door, or can you just not see it?
You can't really see.
That clip is finished. Next clip, we're picking up at what time, Detective?
It's going to be 9:25 and 15 seconds p.m.
Shortly after the last clip?
Correct.
And where do we want to look now?
In this clip, you're going to see that the lights come on in the upper.
Tell us when.
Right there, you see a background light come on first, and then you see the main light come on in the front window.
Did you see movement across there?
Yes.
Backing it up 10 seconds, light on.
And then you'll see a human silhouette move through that background light.
Okay. Would that have been consistent or inconsistent with them arriving at his residence around this time?
It would be consistent with that.
You watched these clips throughout the entire night, correct?
That is correct.
Focusing on not only the area over here where I'm circling near his backyard, but also the upper area near that front window.
That is correct, yes.
Next clip. Gonna play this one sped up. What time is it?
It's 9:27 p.m.
And a car drives by at what time?
At 9:28 and 40 seconds.
Next clip. What are you looking at as you're watching these clips?
I had to go through them twice and watch, the door one time and the upper window the next time through, because it's hard to watch both locations at the same time. In this particular clip, there is just human or silhouettes moving in the upper unit.
That you can see?
Correct.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
All right, where is it?
Right here.
Okay.
And then it just moved out, and then you do see it in that background light as well.
Does that movement consistently occur on that upper unit for a period of time?
It does, yes.
About what period of time?
Between the time of the arrival and when the vehicle leaves.
Okay. Next clip, we're picking up at basically 9:30?
Correct.
What are you seeing in the upper?
You're seeing human movement in the upper.
Next clip. Picking up where the last one left off, 9:30?
Yes.
Okay. What do you see?
You continue to see the movement, the silhouettes in the upper unit, in that front window.
All right, this clip ending at 9:32:15. Next clip. We're not going to watch all of these, but essentially, while they're in the upper, you were just looking at that upper window, right?
That is correct, yes.
Do you see more movement?
Yes, you continue to see movement. Appears to be human silhouettes interacting.
Can you tell what's going on or no?
No.
What is causing you to think human movement?
Just based on the silhouettes, the outlines, it just appears as, in I guess the height of where it is, it appears that that it would be consistent with somebody standing and the outline of a person as opposed to an animal.
Next clip picking up at 9:35:07 p.m. We're looking at the same window?
Yes.
Okay. Next clip, 9:36, 6:33. That car that's been parked out front is what's happening there?
That car has, I'm sorry, the car has moved and is traveling south away from the residence.
As I'm playing it in fast forward, you can kind of see the movement a little clearer. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Could I just, for the record, ask what clip we are looking at?
It starts at 9:36:28 p.m. real time.
Sorry, 9:36. Do we have a file name?
Yes, it's up at the top. It's like 30 characters long.
Just give me 1 minute, please. For the one that's... It's going to be the other way. These are kidding.
So this middle number is 203817.
Oh.
All right. I'm going to go on to the next clip. Time is 9:38:30.
Correct.
What do you see?
Again, you're still seeing movement in the upper. The silhouettes aren't directly in the front right now. It appears that they're kind of in that background light right now.
They moved sort of to the left?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
And now they've moved back into that main front window area.
Next clip. 9:40:40.
Yes.
What are we seeing?
And then this one again, they're kind of in that background to the left of the main window area. You see the movement.
Next clip picks up at 9:41:20.
Correct, yes.
What do we see?
You still see human movement up there.
Anything happening in the side yard during all of this time?
Not at this time, no.
Does that change?
Yes.
Next clip picks up, I'm sorry, I didn't announce it. Let me back up here. 9:42:20 p.m. Still human movement in that upper window?
Appears to be, yes.
All right, one more clip from this time frame, picking up at 9:43:55 p.m.
Yes.
What are you seeing?
It appears that there's still human movement in the upper window.
Which side, the right side or the left side?
The left side. And then right there, this is the first time that we pick up movement in the side yard again.
Okay. What time was that?
Might have to go back, I'm sorry. That's approximately 9:45:08.
And as that's happening, Are you seeing any movement in that upper?
It appears that there's still some shadowy movement in the background there in the left side.
Are you able to discern if that's human movement or not?
I am not.
Gate did not open though, correct?
That is correct.
You would have been able to see if the gate opened?
Yes.
Okay. And again, if you're looking at the back door, oh, clip cut out, but let me go all the way to the end of it there. I have it queued up to 9:45:57, and we zoom in the back door area. Are you able to see whether or not this door is opening or closing in the nighttime?
You are not.
Okay. So that movement you saw right where my mouse is, the gate never opens, but you see sort of somebody about the size of the fence or slightly higher than the fence.
Objection leading.
I'll ask her what she can see. What can you see?
Sure. So you can see a subject out there. It's a human silhouette that does appear to be about the same height as the gate.
As the fence?
As the fence, I'm sorry.
You said gate, sorry. Okay, thank you, Detective. I'm going to go ahead. Pick up at 9:57:44. What do you see?
In the left side of the upper window, you're seeing human movement up there.
All right. Pausing it at 9:58:14. I want to just call your attention to Exhibit 312, which will come up on the screen in a second here, hopefully. All right. So if we're looking out towards 39th Street, that movement in the window on the video that's to the left side, it would be where here?
It would be here on the right side.
Okay, near that red couch?
That is correct.
And then when we're seeing that movement in the brighter area on the right side of the front window, what area would that be?
That would be more consistent with over here.
Above that ottoman?
Correct.
Going back to Exhibit 205. Next clip picking up at what time?
9:01. I'm sorry, 10:01:17.
What do you see?
You're seeing movement on that left side.
Can you point it out when you see it?
Right in there. You're seeing what appears to be somebody that's a little bit taller moving through that area there.
Speeding it up. Next clip picking up at 10:03:19. Go back to the beginning. All right. What are you seeing? And point it out, please.
Sure. So you're seeing that movement over on the left side there. And then the movement is moving closer over into that area in the middle. Here you're still just continuing to see the movement back and forth between the two areas there.
Next clip, picking up at 10, just before 10:10, 10:09:50, right, Detective?
Yes, that is
All
correct.
right. Let me play it from the beginning. It's only 30 seconds long.
And again, in this clip, you're still seeing that human movement that's a little bit...
Right at the end of the clip?
Correct.
I'll play that last part again.
Right there.
All right, I'm going to go all the way ahead. What time are we at now?
We're at 11:25 and 11 seconds p.m.
And up until this time, Detective, what we've watched and what you observed on all of those clips, including the ones we've skipped, can you summarize it? Where's the movement you're seeing?
And those ones, you're seeing the movement in the upper unit in that front window.
And then there's one point, it appears to be movement in the side yard, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But that gate it never opens?
Correct.
All right, where does this clip pick up?
So this is at 11:25 and 11 seconds p.m.
11:25 and 11 seconds. All right, playing from the beginning. What do we see?
And you see the gate open there, and what appears to be a human silhouette go out of the gate, and then in the background that motion light does come on again.
Motion light comes on?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to go back to the beginning. The silhouette that you're seeing going out the gate there, or at the gate there, I should say, do they appear to be the same height as the fence?
Yes.
Or shorter?
The same height as the fence.
Okay. Do you see any other lights go on? Or any lights, I should say?
No.
Just this one, I paused it. This one right here?
Correct.
And it's paused at 11:25:21. Does that appear to be the same motion light that went on when the subjects arrived in the back at just after 9:20 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, playing again.
And then there you do see another light go on kind of in the background a little bit more.
Near where the garage would be?
Correct.
What do you see now?
Now you see the gate opening.
Now what's happening at the motion light?
Kind of appears as if it's being like there's movement in front of it that's distorting the view between the video and where the light is coming from.
Now what happened?
Now the light is out.
Okay. So that time that the light goes out would be what, approximately?
11:26 and 17 seconds p.m.
Does it come back?
It does not.
So at around 11:26 p.m., the motion light behind the house is turned off or deactivated.
It appears that way, yes.
Play that clip out. Ending at 11:26 and 27 seconds p.m. I'm going to go ahead up to 11:42 and 10 seconds p.m. In that intervening time, is there really much going on at all?
No.
What are we going to see here?
This is the one time that you do see the back door open, and you're going to see the light on in the back door there.
Does it appear someone goes in?
It does, yes.
And that happens at 11:42?
That is correct, yes. 11:42 and 39 seconds.
So 11:25, it looks like that someone goes out that back gate, right?
Correct, yes.
And then at 11:42, in the back door with the light on, right?
That is correct.
Okay. The motion light never goes back on in between that time, right?
No.
Next clip is going to go to what time?
It's going to be 11:56 and 44 seconds p.m.
And let us know what we're looking at here.
Right there, you see the gate starting to open.
And then the clip ends.
Correct.
I'm going to pick up the next clip, 11:57:19.
Correct.
Okay. What are we seeing here?
So you're seeing that, seeing the gate.
I'm going to go back to the beginning.
The gate is opening further there. And then the motion light is on there.
Motion light's back on?
Correct. And then you do see a human, or appears to be a human silhouette moving through there. And now it appears that the light is being messed with again. And you do see the human movement back there again.
Does that human appear to be, again, the same size as the fence?
Yes.
Next clip, 11:58:55. I'm going to go back to the beginning here. What are we seeing?
So you're seeing human movement in that back gate area.
Now what?
Again, it appears as if somebody's over by closer to that motion light and messing with it. And you're seeing movement again by the gate area.
And the next clip that we pick up with here starts at what time?
It starts at 12:01 and 54 seconds p.m.
And where this one picks up now, the motion light is completely off, right?
Yeah, and I apologize. It's now going to be 12:01 a.m.
Sorry. Okay.
Yep.
Does the back gate appear to be ajar?
It does.
Next clip I have up here, this is what time?
It's going to be 12:03 a.m. on the 2nd. And in this clip, the light is out in the front window.
The front window light has gone out.
That is correct.
Okay. The back gate over here still appears to be ajar.
That is correct.
All right. What are we going to be seeing?
You're going to see some shadowy movement in the upper unit, but you can't really tell what it is because the light is out.
Where are you pointing? Where are you referring to?
Right in there. There's
Okay.
appears to be like a gap, and there might be some light in the background coming through that's picking up that movement, but the main light is off.
Now the gate is closed?
Correct.
All right. That gate, to your knowledge from watching these videos, does it swing kind of
Yes, it does.
in the wind?
Correct, yes.
All right. And you know that from watching what clips?
From watching the daytime clips where you can see that there's nobody there in the yard, but the gate is moving.
The very next clip we pick up, that light is back on, correct?
That is correct.
And again, there are minor gaps between some of these clips?
Correct, yes.
This is at, 12:04 a.m.?
12:04 and 49 seconds a.m. on the 2nd now, yes.
The next clip we see picking up at what time?
It's 12:05:22 a.m. And here you're seeing more distinct human movement again in that front window.
What time? I'm sorry? What time? 12:05. So 12:05 a.m., again, you're seeing noticeable what you would consider be human movement in the front window?
Correct.
Yeah, I saw it. I read it. I'm bringing this clip up. It's 12:06 and 59 seconds a.m. What are we seeing?
So in this one, it appears that the gate is open on this one, and then we are seeing what appears to be some human movement. The lights are kind of changing in this one.
All right, I'm going back. The gate appears to be ajar, right?
That is correct.
Are you seeing a person back there or no?
No.
All right. The human movement is where?
It's in the upper front window.
Next clip picking up at 12:09:14.
Yes.
I'm actually going to play the last one more time, and I want you to describe what kind of movement you're seeing in this 40-second clip.
Sure. So in this one, again, the back gate is ajar, but there is no movement back there. And in the front upper window, you are seeing what appears to be human movement moving around up there. And here you're seeing more lights illuminating. The second light comes on.
Next clip picks up at 12:09:14. Back gate still ajar?
Correct, yes.
And what are we looking at in the front window there?
And you're seeing just movement in that area in the front window there.
I'm going to go ahead. This is picking up at what time? 12:49?
Correct, 12:49 a.m.
Okay. And why don't you narrate what you see as we play through this clip? Sure. And now the gate is closed again.
The gate appears to be closed right now, yes. And there you start to see the gate open. The gate's opening further there, and it does appear that there's human silhouette movement there.
Right in here?
Correct.
At the gate?
Correct.
The person is kind of in the gate doorway, so to speak.
That is correct, and it appears as if looks like they just bent down there.
Duck down?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go back and play that again. Backing it up to 12:13:15 a.m.
You're seeing the movement there. And then there kind of appears as if they bent down.
Gate is now what?
The gate is still open there.
This clip is coming to an end at what time here?
Sorry, can you move the box just a little bit? It's right on there.
Sure.
It's 12:14 and 40 seconds a.m.
Next clip picking up at what time?
12:14 and 42 seconds a.m.
Right when that last one
Correct.
ended off. Okay. And what are we seeing? Or why don't you narrate it as it goes through?
Sure. Right here, it looks like the gate is still open there.
That clip ends right around what time?
That is at 12:15 and 45 seconds a.m.
Going up to 12:16:10, what are we going to see in this one?
It appears as if the gate is open, and then you can see it kind of swinging because you don't see human movement, but the gate is moving.
Point it out when you see it, please.
Sure. Right there is where you see the gate moving.
Don't see a human silhouette near it?
That is correct.
At that time? Okay.
That is correct.
And this is at 12:18?
Correct.
All right. Is there going to come a time, Detective, where all movement ceases at the human movement in the upper and in the side yard?
Yes.
About what time?
Approximately 12:45 a.m., I believe.
I'm at 12:32:28 a.m. right now. What's happening?
So here you're seeing the gate moving, and you are seeing human movement out there as well.
All right, I'm going to zoom it in and start this one over.
There you see the gate open. There you see the gate opening further there, and you see a silhouette there.
Gate appears to be open or closed now?
Right now it appears closed.
Now what's going on? We're at 12:33 and 42 seconds. What's going on in the upper window there?
I'm sorry. You're seeing human movement up in the upper again.
Never saw the back door open and close though, right?
Correct.
Because it's dark?
Correct.
So the human movement would have been by that brown ottoman that we had in that picture, 312?
That is correct.
Okay. Picking up the next clip at 12:42 and 32 seconds a.m.
And there you're seeing that human movement again in the left of where the ottoman is.
All right, and this clip is coming to a close at what time?
At 12:43 and 42 seconds.
All right. Next clip picks up at what time, Detective?
12:43 and 53 seconds.
What are we going to see here? Or I guess, why don't you narrate it when you see it, please?
Sure. So there you're seeing the gate open again.
Oh, I was moving the
Yeah, that's okay.
camera. I'll back it up. Sorry about that.
That's okay. There, the gate is opening again, and you are seeing the human silhouette movement through there.
Comparable height to the fence or no?
Correct.
Gate is, where's the gate at?
The gate is closed right now. Now it's reopening again. The movement is coming through there again. The human movement, I apologize. And the gate is still open right now, and we're not seeing any movement right now.
All right, let me back it up slightly to when the gate opens. So the gate's opening now?
Correct.
Now what are you seeing?
You're seeing the human movement through there?
In the gate doorway area?
Correct. Now it appears there's a little bit of shadowy movement behind the gate as well.
Did you see anything just then?
Yes, it appeared as if there was like a flash of light in the back alley back there.
How many blinks of light?
Appeared to be 2.
2 blinks?
Correct.
Like someone hitting a key fob?
Correct.
I'm gonna back it up. Tell me when you see him.
Right there, 1, 2.
And what time did that happen? I can back it up slightly.
So that's at 12:45 in approximately 20 seconds.
All right. Is there any more human movement that you see on these cameras after 12:45, that clip we just watched?
No.
In the upper unit or in the side yard?
Not that I observed, no.
Until when?
Until when the defendant returns home.
Okay, and that was at
8:42 a.m.
Okay. You've watched the entire night's clips?
Correct, yes.
I have it advanced here to 12:52 a.m. We saw the lights at 12:45, and what time, again, remind us when we saw her car going out of the alley onto Euclid?
At 12:47.
All right, and then, but you do see the gate move at various times, right?
That is correct, yes.
Playing at 12:52 and 14. What do you see?
You see the gate swinging there, but you aren't seeing any human movement associated with it.
And you know from watching these that the gate can move with the wind?
Correct, yes.
Do you see throughout the night anybody coming through the front area, through that front gate, as if to go through the front gate to get to the side door?
No.
And no one appears to enter through the back gate?
Correct.
All right, and at some point the lower neighbor is outside smoking?
That is correct, yes.
This would be at 5:41 a.m., right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I'm playing that clip here. You see him outside on the front porch?
Correct.
Did he go in and out the front door?
Yes.
And then if we go all the way up, 8:42 a.m., this would be the clip we started with, correct?
That is correct, yes.
coming through the back gate there.
Correct. The subject is coming through the back gate.
After the last movement in that, at the 12:45 a.m. hour, that upper front light over here stays somewhat on, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you watched the entire night's worth of video footage that you could watch, and you never see any human movement?
Objection leading.
I'll rephrase it. Did you watch the entire night's worth of video?
I did, yes.
How long did that take you?
Several hours. I watched it several times.
And do you ever see human movement in that upper front?
I do not.
All right, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
You got one other video related to this, correct?
I did, yes.
So after the...
You know, it's 4:41.
Sure.
It's probably like the perfect time, do you think?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to stop here for the day. Okay, so remember, no talking with family or friends, no investigation, no research, no reading of the social media. Those admonitions are even more important now since we're so far in. Just put this out of your mind until you come back in the morning. Feel free to bring coffee, water, and soda. Wear your juror badges prominently, and have a lovely evening. We'll see you back in the morning. Just leave your notebooks on your chairs, please. State?
No.
Defense?
No, Judge.
Okay, then we'll see you back tomorrow morning, 8:45.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.